Good morning. Good morning, everybody. So the Buy the Dippers are showing up this morning on Facebook. We have lots of Buy the Dippers this morning on Facebook, spending millions and millions on Facebook, which is a good sign, though I don't know how much it matters. Good morning, everybody. Give me just a moment here. So there are millions of dollars coming in this morning on Facebook for February 11th, 240C. Millions. Let's see if I can even count it up. It's $11.4 million in Amazon, or no, excuse me, in Facebook calls, and they're by the $1 million load. Facebook has the same thing this morning, $7.1 million in calls. NVIDIA has eight orders for $1.4 million. Now, there's a reason for this, and that's because of where we are in the charts right now. On this level of 450, we cannot break 450. And it is interesting that these calls are coming in because they're not coming in from, I would say, regular traders. This is a last-ditch effort to hold on to the market through Facebook specifically. You got Bill Ackman type move. I want you to just be aware of that here this morning, because if we do break
for January, expected 59.5, prior 62.3. Let's get December factory orders, expected minus 0.4%. Ex-transportation seen plus 0.4%. Factory orders will get the December final durable goods orders data, expected minus 0.9%.
Now, the reason I'm bringing this up to you this morning is because if we do break through this level this morning, it leads to worse things. It will open the door to not only 430 almost immediately, but it opens the door down and into the market very low, like 390, lower than 418. It would make a move down faster. Now, if we don't break 450, it doesn't lead us down to those lows. But I need you to know that this morning, whether you do or don't know that there's an attempt to save the market this morning. Not necessarily make it go to all-time highs. Well, it's more, hold on a second here. So it's more just a second here. It's more a function of how deep does the sell-off happen. And so I need to, at some point, I'm going to put a chart up for you. You know, it's 1 plus 1 leads to 2, 2 plus 1 leads to 3.
Lauder, color in the conference call saying supply chain.
You can't get to 3 without
will impact third quarter cost of goods in Ecolima.
Without a few things being met, right? But if you break 450, let's say today, it opens a swift move down in how fast or how deep we go. Typically today we should be trading no lower than 450. And then even if we traded down to, let's say, the deepest 440 in a day or two, we would actually rebound, head higher into the 460s, 470s, maybe for another, and then maybe another move down, not as deep. We could trade down to possibly But yeah, if we bounce off 450, we could trade higher to 460, then maybe down to 440, and then back up again. But if we break 450 today, it opens the door to 430 swiftly, and then actually a deeper move down. It would make like a 1, 2, 3 count, 1, 2, 3 count. That third count, that second set of a third count, would lead us down to very low. That's the oh shit moment. That's lower than a 420. That's like I want to say it's 415 or lower. Some people have that count as low as 360 to 390, believe it or not. Now I don't. Me personally, you have a lot of work to get there. But I want you to know this morning, that's the reason why there are so many calls on Facebook. There's an attempt to save the market currently. And the crazy part is, if Amazon holders panic, if bulls panic, if they're too afraid of the Amazon earnings later today, it's not going to matter.
Just under a minute now to the Theta ISM services for January expected 59.5. December factory order seen minus 0.4%. External station expected plus 0.4%. And December final durable goods expected minus 0.9%.
It's not going to matter at that point if you get any kind of bull panic. We talk about how retail is not a force, but they can be a force if they're all thinking the same way. So that is one thing to have in mind. The one impact that retail does have is that we all trade the same stuff. So if every retail person says, well, we're all getting out of Amazon today, that's not good. You can actually be a force in the market against banks or hedge funds. And so that is a concern, because the question is,
expected factor orders in line at minus 0.4%, X transport at plus 0.1% is 0.3.
Hang tight, I'm like talking over this other guy.
Lower than expected. Durable goods orders at minus 0.7% is 0.2 higher than expected. X transportation at 0.6% is up 0.2 from the preliminary. Capital goods orders at 0.3% is up 0.3 from preliminary, and capital goods shipments at 1.3% in line with prelim. The ISM data employment index slipping to 52.3 from 54.7. Prices slipping to 82.3 from 83.9. Overall, the non-manufacturing PMI at its lowest since February 2021. The orders lowest since February 2021 as well.
Czech central banker Rusnak saying more large Czech rate hikes may not be needed following the decision to raise rates earlier today. Spanish press reporting that Prime Minister Sanchez of Spain has secured the votes to pass labor reforms.
Now, there are lots of call buyers stepping in across the market. I want you to be aware of that. There are implications of other countries, emerging markets that are raising their rates, whereas before they weren't going to. We'll talk about that later this afternoon as well, the implications of that. Versus inflation being lowered, the dollar increasing in value with foreign goods being cheaper. But currently right now, you should see the market hold on for the rest of today. You should not see the market fall today. That does not mean it goes up, but it does mean it awaits the Amazon ER and the importance of the Amazon ER. If we break through 450 today, it is no good. It is a bear's wet dream. So we'll monitor it this afternoon. I have not sold any of my put spreads. I am still in puts here. But you can see this morning the artificial holding up of the market. It could be anybody. It could be any bank that's doing it right now. Whatever bank is long right now could have easily pumped the market this morning just to try to hold on to it. And option B for this morning would be that we trade higher and we are rejected or off of four. Now, if you're in the bear, if you're going to be the bear or the bear camp this morning, if we are going to, there's a possibility we trade higher here. Let's say we trade higher to 453.54 or 452.58 or 451.84, and we would reject and trade down below this 450. Sell the news, kind of a moment. That would be option 2 for you as a bear. If you're believing in, we're going to break through back into our lower trading range. If you're neutral here, which is pretty much what I think that I am, that would be neutral until end of the day. You'd see a pump into the market to await the Amazon news. You're then walking the plank like we talked about yesterday and the day before. Each day we're walking the plank with a big tech name that's there to hold the market up. And we also know that there are panicked bulls that are trying to sell. You know that above there are at 458 and at 460. So you need some kind of a super duper awesome bullish report from Amazon to trade higher. Without that report, we could do a slow rollover over time, over the rest of the week, or we're muted into February 18th, right? The OPEX, with the rest of the ER reports coming out. Now, the bull case is a challenge right now. I would be wary, though, of looking at these Facebook calls as, hey, I'm buying the dip moments. This is more to stop the market from burning, because it's on the cusp right now of burning. That's what you call the fraud candles when you see the Facebook buying right now. So let's talk about what Eric's asking me this morning. Let's talk about Eric Grandstrom is asking me, why am I holding puts if I am neutral? That's a good question. So if you trade a market holding just one side at any time, you are eventually going to blow your account up. It doesn't matter if you are one-sided in your trades. If you are constantly bullish and all you hold is calls, or you're constantly only holding puts, it doesn't matter. So especially as we moved up,
Oil and gas increasing its share repurchase.
Especially as we move.
Hold on a second. Michael got back an additional 10 million in Class A shares.
All of your trades should be structured in if this, then what? If this, then that. You can't just trade one side with naked options. So as we traded up from 420, I'm trading outside the money calls and buying put protection throughout all of it. And the puts that I have are put spreads with time on them. So if we make a turn, right? If we make a turn going up, I'll start with call spreads with time on them. Then I'll switch to monthlies, let's say, then weeklies, and then eventually FDs and calls, right? If we start to make a turn in the opposite direction, or when, let's say we're heading up, right? All along the way, I'm buying in the money put spreads with time on them that eventually print. And you get more aggressive with your puts as you get closer to what should be expected as a reversal, or even some sideways down movement before a move higher. Yeah, we do straddles, strangles. If you are any kind of a trader, investor, and you're just long anything, it's insane. And you will eventually blow your account up. It's not even a question of if, it's just a question of when. And these like put spreads don't lose value. Well, they do in the term, but if they just get to the price they need to be at over time, they print. So why would I? That's the whole point of buying them. If I buy them and they lose value, as long as they get back to where they need to be, they come back into the money.
Saying they haven't taken any decisions on future policy shifts, but they agree it's sensible not to exclude a 2022 rate hike, to consider the end of the APP net buying possible in the third quarter, and that they are said to be preparing for a potential March policy recap. Again, as an ECB summary story, just largely taking what the market has traded out of the ECB comments from Lagarde earlier today, when she was unwilling to reiterate that she did not see a rate hike in 2022. Rates have shot higher. The euro has firmed. The ECB summary story largely just summarizing what we've seen coming out of that meeting.
So the structures so sometimes I buy put spreads. Sometimes I sell calls. If I own stock, right, I'll sell puts. Sometimes I'll have butterflies, condors, putback spreads, right? That's where you sell. That's where you're selling two inside the money puts,
natural gas inventory data,
buying one outside the money put.
280 minus 277 billion cubic feet. Bigger draw than the 5-year average for this week at minus 150 billion cubic feet.
So it depends on what I'm doing. It depends on the risk level. Depends if we're bearish or bullish in context. It depends on how much how much risk I'm taking on. If you're taking calls in a bearish trading range, right, or in a channel, right, that's bearish, you need to have heavy protection. You have to pay the price for making money. So if we bounce off 420, we're heading up towards 460, right? I'm not going to make as much profit until we break above 460. I'm going to then take less protection if we go higher than 460. You have people that bought stock down at 420, right, in companies. As we approach 460, they have a few choices, right? They can start to sell puts or calls on their positions, right, in stock. They can just put protection on their positions, or they have to sell out of their positions at that time. So you have to decide for yourself, what am I doing to protect my money? If you're someone that's like, hey, all I do is buy calls and sell them, or I buy puts and I sell them, that's a hard way to make money. Sometimes I call it a cost of doing business. And my puts at this point have paid for themselves. They're free. Yeah, the squawkers are talking this morning. Nope. So what I also do is I gamble. So I will buy stuff like Piton puts and just hold them because I have the money for it. I bought some run calls. Those are burning. And that was as a test against Trade the News yesterday. But my general trading, for me making money, the things that I do to make money are not just one-sided. They're not, hey, I'm just holding outside the money calls overnight here on 30% of my account. The only time that I would say that ever works is maybe if you're building an account and you can blow it up a few times to try to get a large enough account. I've heard that argued that you could do stuff like that, right? Let's say you had like 10 grand and you wanted to build your account so you'd run it up with 2 or 3 great trades that are highly risky. I was talking with Joe yesterday, and we were talking about, if you have a sizable account, you're not trading all in on one side of a trade.
In the second half of the year, Nakalima.
If you do that, eventually you do lose. Good morning, Invesco. How are you? Let's see if I can read what you guys are saying. P-Town puts through what month, what strike? Cap here in Jordan. We don't have options. The only way is to leverage margin. Currently got buys and sells my portfolio. Thanks, Jafar, for saying what you guys have to do. Yeah, you've got other countries that can't do. I think Canada, they've got a bunch of restrictions as well. Good morning, Invesco. How are you, brother? Yeah, Bloodsun's making a fair point. Yeah, there was a lot of calls that came into Tesla as well this morning. They like ABA looks like a buy program. Exactly, Invesco. Exactly. Yeah, there's a definite buy program into the market this morning. It has nothing to do with anything other than saving the market. It's the only intent this morning. I don't know which hedge fund it is or which bank it is. On an otherwise normal day, if we sold 450, there'd be problems. Can I explain? Yeah, so I make videos. I've made videos in the past. I think my first 4 or 5 videos that I've ever made, I go through the logic behind how you buy a turn. That works in both directions, up and down. So I'll go through it again briefly right now. So let's say the last 2 years, we traded within a bullish channel. If you're trying to pick the turn, right? If we're going up, we'll use that example, but you can use it on going down as well. So if we're heading up, right, in the normal channel that we traded in the last 2 years, and you're like, I think we're at a bottom right here. But you could trade down into a lower, let's say there's a nice wide trading channel in the SPY specifically. And you've got like some gray zones below, right? You would start out by catching that first or second turn in case you get a V-shaped recovery with an in-the-money dated call. Dated meaning you've put some time on it, 1 to 3 months. Right? So if you miss that, if that isn't the actual buy the dip, and it takes you another week to get that buy the dip, but then it takes you another week or 2 to get up to that last point, if you put time and they're in the money, eventually you're coming back there, right? Because you're in that bull thesis. Now, whether that was the V-shaped recovery and you start to head higher there, you can then add, you're getting further confirmation to get more bullish. But I did some videos on this in the past. And then you get more aggressive and more aggressive. So as we have headed higher from 420, I've added put spreads at certain points, right? So as an example, today or yesterday we rolled over at 460, right? we're safe down to 450. I posted on Twitter that you don't want to break 450, right? 450, 86 or 81, I think I said, to 450 flat. And we tagged 450.01 for a reason. You don't want to break that, especially not the day after, because it opens the door to a trading range of 450 and change or so, all the way down to 431.20. That would be your next support. If you did a slow rollover down below, you'd have some minor supports down below then at 446, 443. And you could trade in this range, then slowly trade down to, let's say, 436. Time is then on your hands. But if you break through today, you don't want to break through 450. You don't want Amazon to have a bad ER today. My suspicion would be also that if Amazon's ER is okay, not great, that you'll see another attempt by banks to prop the market up with Amazon.
Turkish President Erdogan renewing his offer to provide mediation between Russia and Ukraine.
Even if to only hold the market up for ERs from mid caps, some of the rest of the large caps that have to report. But there can be ramifications too. Just like we had ramifications across social media stocks yesterday, we could have ramifications across any of the stay-at-home shopping stocks, hard goods stocks that haven't reported yet. Yeah, I'm still looking for a rejection here off of roughly almost 454. We'll see if it comes or not. And we'll take a look above here. Lots of traffic here. Same sellers above at 461, 460, 459. Then just traffic where we are right now. We have ICE to it's actually more ICE than I expected above. I figured it would end right around 454-ish. Right around there, 454. But there's some above. Yeah, sellers are not hiding. The bears are out. And the shorts aren't covering in a traditional sense. They're covering to wait for a rejection from up high. We'll take a look and see if anybody got out of their puts. That's a good question. Let's look at the 18th. Let's go through all the chains real quick. We got 11,000 contracts. Well, let me look at today's. So for today, we've got 93,000 contracts on 450p. That's the put side of the SPY. On February 7th, there are 12,000 contracts 450p. On the 9th, there are 9,000 to concentration at 450p. A couple concentrations on the 11th at 450, 445, and then 440p. There's almost 7,000 contracts there. There's 8,000 contracts at 425p. Let's see. 14th. Some concentration on the February 14th at 430p. Not big, though. $450p on February 18th to 450p. There's a concentration. 440p. There's a concentration. What is good to see is that the really large put positions on February 18th are now gone on the SPY on the 18th. Well, I thought they rolled them to March, but we'll look real quick and see if they have or if they've pulled them off. I thought they rolled them the other day, like 3 days ago. Let's look at March 18th. Yeah, there's some, but not what there was. There's some at 400. On March 18th, looks like they rolled to 400p. $430p. Just a second, let me check something. I want to read something to you from this morning from Spot Gamma. It says,
about a minute now to the weekly natural gas inventory data expected between minus 280 and minus 277 billion cubic feet.
read this morning's Spot Gamma's daily note. It says futures are down from last night's close to 4527. Despite the reduction in S&P prices, there was a build in our Gamma index, which equates at a reduced volatility estimate for today, 0.67%.
The natural gas inventory data in just a few seconds.
I'm going to mute this for just a minute here.
Minus 268 billion cubic feet, minus 268 billion cubic feet. It's a little smaller draw than expected.
So futures are down from last night's close at 4527. Despite the reduction in S&P prices, there was a build in our Gamma index, which equates at a reduced volatility estimate for today at 0.67%. Key support is at 4520 and 4500. The resistance that's above, right, is at 4542 and 4564. The Facebook earnings fiasco certainly took the winds out of the market's sails and led to a closing VIX spike. As a result, our risk reversal metric ended with some fairly put-weighted figures suggesting a scramble for downside into the close. The other thing of note is that we had a sneaky, right, quiet build in the S&P and QQQ Gamma expiring on Friday, as traders have pushed into short duration put positions, or short positions, i.e. meaning that people are buying protection that is expiring today's expiry and Friday's expiry. I just listed off where those put positions were on those two expirations. Let's see here. We see roughly equal to 20% of SPY and 15% of QQQ Gamma expiring Friday. We think that builds today as Amazon and others report earnings. You can see below how concentrated tomorrow's expiration light gray is around current QQQ prices, and for that reason, associated hedging flows pinning. We anticipate the market holding pretty tight to current levels. As this Gamma expires Friday, it may release the current market prices, particularly to the upside. So the point being is they're going to pin the market from today into Friday, hopefully, but not for Friday, but for Amazon's reporting today. So basically, they're saying that they're going to pin the market today, anticipating Amazon's release, right? So everybody's loaded to the tits and puts, regardless of what it costs, in case Amazon gives out bad earnings. If they don't give out bad earnings, they'll close those put positions and the market should trade higher. If Amazon does report bad earnings, they're protected for the market to burn. We also note, this is from Spot Gamma this morning, we also note a fair amount of Gamma positioned at 4,600, which adds resistance to a push higher in the S&P before Friday. 4,500 should be viewed as a large support line, but if it is broken, it may set off a fresh bout of extended volatility. Our models seem to suggest 43.55 would be the next material support below 4,500. To be clear, we give an edge to the markets holding to our volatility estimates for today, but the downside risks here are material. This rally was driven in large part by the reduction in put positions and or put values, right? Drop in the Vanna trade, which drives dealer delta buybacks. We've seen that put cover flow stall the last few days, which is not terribly surprising given the magnitude of the rally. However, there's not been a demand for index calls, right? There's been no demand for outside the money dated calls. Like, hey, we're trading above 460. We know we're going to 480. We know we're going to 500. We know we're going to 510. Right? You need to see those extended call buying You can't just see every day like a 1 day, 3 day, or even a 5 day call that's in the money. And that's all we've been seeing. Even on every rip higher, most people are buying very short dated in the money calls. Nobody's like, hey, I'm buying 480s. We're going there. Even if you hear that on social media, no one's actually doing it. So has not been a demand for index calls, right? There was a voracious bid for single stock calls to start the week, but that faded sharply yesterday. Call buying is what can extend the rally when the put cover stalls out. This is because as stocks rise, dealers should be buying more stock, right? Gamma hedging. This, along with decline in implied volatility, keeps a bid in the markets. That's what gives you the true Vanna rally, which we have not seen. Because if we had a real Vanna rally, we would actually trade to all-time highs or close to it, just below. We'd probably trade to 470 for how big that decline was. Should demand for downside protection renew, it will add negative deltas to a weakened market. This suggests dealers would be shorting the futures with gamma at on the negative gamma flip point and implied volatility level. That means that while we documented our view that 4,300 was a lower bound early last week, we'd estimate that something like less than or equal to 420 may show as a lower bound for the second leg down. One final note for those of you watching Facebook, our models show that at the $250 where gamma induced volatility diminishes, this is implied in the chart below, where in the call gamma blue line and orange line flattened out to 250. Saw a similar thing at PayPal. So basically what they're saying is the same stuff. If, let's say Amazon today reports ugly earnings, right? You would then see more put flow, aggressive put flow. If we break 450, you will see nasty numbers. You will. You'll see it's somewhere. Typically, if we were to recheck under normal circumstances down below, as time passes and we trade higher, that bottom number raises, right? Goes from like 420 to 430, then 440 for a trade back, right? Or a snapback. You can call it whatever you want. But because of the time, right? Because of where we are with just this last week left, and if we have a vicious sell down below, we break that 450. And if they were to add more puts, just aggressive put buying, you would see less than 420. You'd see it's no less than 415, 4150, and it could be as deep as 390. So I've seen some people are saying 360. That low. That's how low it could actually go. So there's real risk here. So what do you do as a trader today? Right? I think off the bell, if you were just looking at Facebook, you'd say, oh, you'd buy Facebook calls right here. At this point, you'd buy some SPY calls. We're going higher. The reality is that they're going to pin the market so that it doesn't crash. Not crash, but, in terms of a day or two, it's not going to crash currently. They're going to prop it up as much as they can. If you're a bull, you're going to get trapped in that at some point today. And if you're being bearish, you want to wait. Or if you're a bull, let's say you're holding stock at some point today on a high, you more than likely want to protect your position with puts into the close for Amazon. Because they're telling you right now that the market is positioned for either side of that trade. Now, there are other factors in that trade, too. You have to think about people that are just long this market. Do they just sell and wait to see what happens? If you're a bull and you're not owning anything long right now and you want to take a long, you're just best to wait until after the Amazon reports, because you're literally putting yourself at risk of a market sell-off till minus 420. Can your account handle a sell-off minus 420? Because the market's positioned for that move to potentially take place into the close today. Right? So you don't have, it's not like you're saying, hey, I'm super bearish down to 400. It's that you are prepared for it, either by waiting out right now, sitting out, or you've got the protection on. And if Amazon, farts rainbows out of their asshole and they've got, you know, butterfly wings, and the sun comes out, and the flowers and the grass is green, and flowers are pretty colors. You release that put side of your protection, and we trade higher. I'm not looking at any of your comments right now, by the way. Does any of that make sense to all of you out there right now? Yes, Carrie, you should have stayed in bed. Do you guys understand everything that I'm saying to you? Hey, John, I'm short on Facebook yesterday because of the stream. Woo! Right on. Make sure you like, subscribe this broadcast, John. If you made money yesterday, please leave a tip too to help support it. Do you guys understand right now? I want to really know inside the comments. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? You guys all understand, right? So you've got all this call buying right now. This call buying is not meant to rip the market higher to all-time highs. It is only meant to prop it up. It's probably meant by someone that's long, right? You've got a bank or someone that's like, well, shit, we're long. Can't sell the market. And then if retail panics, we can't let them sell it. So we're going to prop it up for our positioning. And then we're going to load the shit out of shorts and puts in case Amazon fucks this up. And the moment reporting is done, they can let go of the put side of their trade and we'll take it long again and higher. But they are positioned. They are positioned. I promise you, they're positioned this morning to sell this, to sell it. Yes. Now, if everybody is loaded in Amazon puts, isn't there a contrarian play for some calls this afternoon? Yeah, you can. So here's some strategies for you. Here are some strategies for you. You can strangle the entire market. You can straddle the entire market. You can literally sit there, take a pen and paper, right? And let's say you spend $1,000 on outside the money calls. You'd wait until, well, I don't know, 345, 330 to buy those, no matter where we are, because they're going to drain them. They're going to kill anything that you buy today, anything naked, right? So if you're going to buy, let's say you're like, I want to buy calls in this market, end of day. I would wait until end of day. I would personally. So you just get the maximum knockout effect on it, right? And you have to have a price target. You say, okay, let's say wherever we are at end of day, as an example, let's say SPY at end of day was tagged right at 450. Let's just give you as an example. I'm not telling you we're going to be there at 450 at the end of the day. Let's just say we're at 450, right? And we'll use $1,000 as an example. So you spend $1,000 on 460 calls. So you'd get out your options, profit calculator, whatever. You figure out what $1,000 prints you to 460. We'll do it right now. We can do it with you right now, actually. You want to do it? We'll do it together. So I've never done an actual example of this for anybody, so we'll do it now. We'll do it live, damn it. Hold on a second here. We'll do it live. So I'm breaking out options profit calculator. Now you can, but you don't have to calculate for just a back testing kind of a thing. You don't have to calculate interest and premium and IV and all that kind of stuff. And we know it's Amazon, right? I don't want to get stuck in the Amazon IV crush in either direction. But I know Amazon's a big weighter in the SPY, right? I know it's a big weighter in the Qs. So I'm going to look at February 4th. And I'm going to look at the 460 calls just right now for what they are, right? So we've got 460. See, we'll just pretend that there's no change, right? They're 31 cents each. Cost me $31, right? So I'm going to take a calculator here. I'm going to take $1,000. divided by $31. That gives me 32 contracts. So I'm going to change my contracts to 32 contracts. Costs me $992. And I know by tomorrow, if we hit 460, let me get my pen here. Hold on. Now I know I spent $992. And if we go to 460 tomorrow, right, or Friday, it's going to net me $7,936. Basically $8,000. So I'm going to make 8 times on my $1,000 cost, right? That's if we go to 460. Now, let's say we're going to sell the market at the end of the day, right? We have some bad news coming. And we're right where we are currently, but we're going to sell the market. Amazon sells down. I spent $1,000, $992. I don't want to lose that $992, right? I've got a bias that Amazon's going to report good earnings. So I'm spending $992. I don't want to lose that money, right? We're at 451.97 right now. So I'm going to look in here. First, I'm going to look at the 445. Look at the 445 Ps. 10 of those cost me $980. Calculate. That makes me $2,880 if we trade down to 445 by Friday. Okay. So for $2,000 that I laid out on the table, so I'm laying out $2,000 end of day today. $2,000, right? If the market trades up to 460 on kick-ass great news, on Friday, I have the potential to make $8,000, right? I can probably cut my put side loose tomorrow as well, or even after the bell, like 4:15, I could cut my put side loose. So maybe I lose off my 980 that I spent on puts. I might lose 480. Let's say let's say we will last $500. Still gonna have $480 that I saved, and we're probably gonna trade up to at least 460 on Friday, if not 455. If we trade at 460 though tomorrow, I have the potential to make 800% off of that $1,000 that I laid out. Plus I got my other 500 back, right? So I get that money back. So I basically lost $500 on that trade. But my potential is that I'm going to make 8,000 or 800% on that trade. Right? 1,000 I'll turn into $8,000. So now I'll probably end up walking out of that trade with 300% profit. 400% profit. On the high end, maybe 600 or 700% profit. But shit, if I just made 100% profit on that trade and no matter what, didn't lose my $900, I won, right? I won. I don't care if we went up. I don't care if we went down. The only thing this trade in particular doesn't really work for is if we were to trade sideways on Friday. If we didn't go up or down. Yeah, well, Winky, there's other ways to do this too, right? You can just take spreads and cut a leg off them. Can I summarize this again? No, I can't. But you have to decide what you're going to do, right? What you do end of day today. I think the original question was, what can you do to trade this market today? Or how do you trade this market today? So for me, where I am in the market, as we traded higher, I traded outside the money calls on outside the money, inside the money calls that were 1 day, 2 day, or 3 day, or 0 dates, whatever the most available one was, right? I rode this market up. And when we got to the 451, 452, I bought put spreads, much lower though, 420s I bought. But I bought them at 451. I bought some in the money put spreads that were dated out to the 18th for 440 and 442. Hey everybody, how's everybody doing? So that'd be one option to trade. That would be one way to trade today. Well, that'd be another way to trade today. Another way for you, if you're a bull, right, is you can't just take a long here. Because if you take just a long position here, it's going to get ground to dust. And if it goes the wrong way, you lose all of your money. Right? Sound is just a bit low. Can you guys hear my sound? Can you hear my voice well or no? Let me turn the guy back up, my partner here in crime. Put him back up. Let me read this to you guys real quick here. American macros, market trading hour summary, meta slammed, BOE Hawks strut. Risk assets, namely equity markets, came under pressure after a few high profile earning duds combined with hawkish central bank commentary. Facebook slumped. More than 20% of investors questioned growth prospects following very poor guidance. Several BOE members dissented at today's 25 basis point hike, wanting to see England's central bank raised by 50 BPS instead. Also, Chief Lagarde was unwilling to repeat the ECB's recent mantra that rates were unlikely to rise this year. Hold on here. Opening the door to liftoff for European Central Bank. The U.S. dollar softened against both the pound and the euro. Rates moved up globally, and spreads between Germany and
ADTN on their conference call guiding first quarter revenue 150 to 158 million. That's above a 145 consensus. Alpha Delta Tango November. Shares moving out to session highs on this guidance on their conference call, up 8% after earnings in the pre-market.
That's
Alpha Delta Tango November.
ADTN. And there are some issues as well with other countries raising rates now. There was an implication that other foreign markets would not raise rates while the U.S. raised rates, which in turn would lower inflation in the United States. Cheap foreign goods and a stronger U.S. dollar begets inflation being lowered in the U.S. If inflation is not lowered by rates being raised in foreign countries, that means that the cost of goods, not only produced in the U.S., but produced in foreign countries, is more expensive for us to buy. It is not disinflationary. It maintains inflation in the United States, which means or implies that the U.S., it forces the U.S. to artificially try to fight inflation by raising rates. it actually reinforces the Fed hiking rates in the U.S. if foreign countries raise their rates. Now, the big one would be China. If China were to make that move, that would be that would be a bad move for inflation in the U.S. Yeah, let's talk about something else too. Just briefly, you all have to have, as an investor and a trader, you all have to start your trades with your viewpoint on the market. Right? That's your own risk that you have to take on as an investor, as a trader. You have to have a position, a long or a short view. Where do you see us, right? In 1 month, 2 months, a week?
The shares moving to session highs up 11%, seeing some February 4th weekly call activity in the $2.50 calls active at 10 cents. Weekly call activity in PHUN as the shares move up.
I think it said PHUN. PHUN. February 4th, 2.5C at 10 cents.
WashTec WSU trading in Germany. Preliminary revenue for the full year 2021 at $431 million, up 14%. Their EBIT coming in at $46 million versus $20 million year over year, noting their backlog is significantly above the prior years as well. Whiskey Sierra Uniform trading in Germany.
Give me a second here. I'm going to put a trade on.
Just shy of 90 minutes or so into the U.S. trading session, the Dow down about 225 points, the NASDAQ Composite down more than 280, and the S&P Cash down roughly 53 handles. The VIX at 2269, up a modest 2.5%. The Russell 2000 down 0.3%, and the dollar index coming under pressure after we saw the hawkish takeaways from both the Bank of England and ECB earlier. The euro north of 114.15, up 112 pips. Cable at 136.11, up 38 pips.
Scroll up here. See where you guys. What BOA did and said maybe spill my coffee. Sue kept did say we expected the market trade down rest of the year, if I remember right. So hey Sue, question for you. Is the market trading up right now? So far? Even to today? How about yesterday? At 460, was that green on the year? $318, 475, SPN 51,000. I like that trade, Winky. I was in some March calls, 450 or no 500s. I was in a bunch of 500 calls that were for March 18th. I think they cost like 10 cents or something. Right? We got paid. They went up to like 4 or no, to like 20. No, I don't think it was that high. But they went up. I made some money off those. That was the way down at 420 though. Roblox is halted on pedophilia claim. I didn't see that. You think that's a... Oh, you know what I know about that pedophilia claim on Roblox? RBLX. There's a YouTube video about it out there. If that's the claim. There was a claim that they had a higher up. If that's true. There was a YouTube video about people that worked, or a guy that worked for Roblox was removed from the company. He was forced into it by maybe Sony. I don't know if I have those facts right, but that came out like a month ago. I think they removed him or something. Finally, there was some kind of revolt in the Roblox community. Yeah, I don't see it halted. But there was some talk about some creepy, like, there's a bunch of YouTube videos on it. It was all over Reddit at some point, like a month ago.
Yes, Treasury is sell $51 billion in 26-week bills, $60 billion in 13-week
just frozen on E-Trade.
Settled on February 10th.
Yeah, if you haven't, so Zach, if you're listening right now, just pause this video, go back and
60 billion in 3-month
listen
bills,
to
51
the
billion in 6-month bills as expected.
If just pause the video, go back and look at what we talked about earlier, what we think is going to happen today. I don't know what the bear cave is. Goldman Sachs. I didn't read any of that stuff. I must have missed what you guys are talking about. SPY trade's down under 450. Yeah, we'll skew to the long side for tomorrow, and if not, try to skew to the short. Let's just say that it was not as positive. What else do we have after Fang to give a reason for the stock market to go up after that? That sword cuts both ways, Joe Mo. I agree with that, right? What do you have for positive catalysts? But if you don't have negative catalysts either, it can make the market slowly move higher. I'm getting slammed on run, bro. Josh, I'm getting hammered on run. I'm losing my shirt on run, Josh.
We're about 30 minutes now to the European cash equity close. We're seeing bond yields continue to move higher across the continent. The Italian 10-year up 20, the German 10-year Bund up 10, Portugal 10-year yield up 15, and the 10-year gilt up 11. The French 10-year up 12 basis points on the day after we heard from the ECB earlier today.
I'm missing the entire
European
conversation.
Equity markets trading near the lows of the day, down about 1.25% for the DAX and roughly 1.5% for the CAC Quant, with less than 30 minutes to go to cash equity close there in Europe.
I don't know what's going on with this conversation. I must have missed something. What's an NASA report? Many developers at Roblox. Okay, yeah. So if there's a short report on Roblox this morning, I don't know what the conversation is right now. It's kind of funny that there would be a short report because that information has been known for, I want to say months or maybe even 6 months. There was I don't know if it was a moderator in a Discord for Roblox. You can look this up on YouTube or Reddit. And he was trying to, I don't know, talk to kids or some shit like that. Creeping on kids or something. And he was called out a bunch, and the company didn't do anything about it. Then the guy was fired or disappeared, and it wound up being because Sony or some other partner company got involved. It could have been Microsoft or Sony. So maybe they're bringing out a short report now. But it's kind of funny because that stuff was all public information. It's not like it was rocket science. I follow that story because my children play Roblox and we don't allow them to go into any of the other rooms. You know, they're not allowed to talk to anybody, that kind of stuff. So whatever. Hutch is asking, my hair routine be the same length? Yeah, you know, I left Run open. I should have closed them, but I still left them open. I'm interested in what the ER report or what their ER report is, and that whole story on Ford, if that's actually going to take place with their ER report as well. Saying Amazon hikes their prime prices. Yeah, I would say that's a shot in the dark on Amazon raising or hikes their prime prices. That's just nonsense. Oh, the Bear Cave is a room in Roblox. Okay. I don't know anything about that stuff. They have caught up at this point. I'm probably talking about stuff that you guys aren't even talking about. How do I do my hair? So let me see if I can put my camera on. Hold on here. Let me see. Is my camera on? I don't even know if my camera's on right now or not. No camera on. Okay, hold on.
It's announcing a report of a 6.2 magnitude earthquake in northern Peru.
Where's my coffee? Hang tight 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, let me see. That's better. Okay. Let's see what you guys are saying. Tesla. Prime.
On the
Yeah, so Hutch, I use Lion, or what do I use? Lion's mane for my hair every morning. Too funny. I use lion's mane for my hair. It's a mixture of sawdust and I saw some photo where some guy had a soap with sawdust in it or some shit. I was like, who the fuck would wash their bodies with sawdust soap? Analyze Meta stock, please. What is your opinion on this 25% crash? My opinion on it right now is that it's being pinned or held up. It's being pinned right now. It's waiting for the Amazon release at the end of the day. That's all that's happening. There's someone long in Facebook right now, or the market, and so they're artificially pinning Facebook from selling any deeper. There's also a note out from Spot Gamma saying that you don't want to break 250. which of course we have. Tesla. Henry, did I miss something from you, brother? I know you're half kid in touch. Sorry, I'm missing you guys' comments. I'm just trying to get through them. I had some coffee this morning, and I asked my daughter to bring another coffee cup upstairs. She took both my coffee cups. So I'm asking her if she'd make me a cup of coffee. WMT Plus will pay to ship you a huge bottle of Tide overnight for free. What? What are you guys talking about? T is in the gap from the other day. No, it's not. What is no, it's not? That's the question. How far will Piton? I've got a whole reason why I'm short Piton, but I already talked to you guys about that. Good morning, Lone Wolf. How are you? And who am I missing? Wait a minute. I'm missing a bunch of. What are you guys talking about here? There's a link to Bear Cave. His name is Edwin Dorsey, and he puts out short reports left and right to take companies down. Yeah, I've heard of Edwin Dorsey. I've heard of him, but not the Bear Cave. It's funny, if he put that short report out, right, you should go back there and talk to him and ask him why he's taking easy shorts, because and there's a big YouTube thing about this, controversy about this information that he probably is saying that claiming that he found. So he's probably just scraping he probably saw that information on the internet and said, I'm going to call it my own. He's probably making money off that, right? Move up if Amazon does a stock split, but earnings disappoint on average. Well, there's one good thing about Amazon, right? Do you guys know about how Amazon's expectations for this quarter are significantly lower than they have been in the past? Significantly. They'll probably beat their ER report. It's more about guidance. That's where we really, like, what is the guidance? Are they charging any more money on Prime? Are they going to split their stock? If you don't get that, and let's say they beat ER, they just scrape by, it wouldn't shock me to see the market stay propped up. Because if you go by other tickers in the past, you would see the market sell heavily on just barely beating expectations. And Joe was commenting on it before that expectations, don't quote me on this, they used to be like 12 to 14, and now they're like $2 or something like that. So it shouldn't be difficult for them to beat their ER expectations. It could be used for just to prop the market up. Burn, baby, burn. Does F6 have copper mines in Peru? I don't know. RK. Henry, what is there it is? Henry, I keep missing with something from you. What do you think of all this? The Fed were to call for a rate hike. Rate 5, rate hikes. Price mark. Well, we do have a problem, Jomo, and the problem is that there's a thought process out there that if we're curbing inflation in the United States right now, that we're not going to need rate hikes at some point. It doesn't matter if the market trades lower, sideways, or up, or whatever. It has to do with bond yields, bonds, stuff like that. Has to do with a whole bunch of other crap I'm not talking about right now, which is happening on its own, right? If you get cheaper prices, it also has to do with the price of goods overseas coming into the country. It has to do with the dollar being strong. It has to do with people spending money, people going back to work, all these other things we need, right? We need people producing more than they're working, right? All these different things we need to happen. It looked like it was starting to happen. It's not a good look, though, for other countries not debasing their currencies right now. It actually backs up us committing to raising rates. Brand. Which brand? Old Cougar. Old Cougar Lion's Mane. Mane and tail. Yeah, exfoliating. What are my thoughts on... So my thoughts on... What are my thoughts... Wait a minute. Hold on here. Head and Shoulders. Yeah, we are forming a... That's a good point. So we're talking about a few things. Okay, so... Tails made Head and Shoulders. Hilarious. So Henry, I'm missing everything that you're talking about here, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about. I missed whatever you were saying earlier. Are you going to cut your hair? I cut it. I let it grow down to my shoulders. I put it up in, I can't believe what time it was. I put it up in a knot, right? I do the hipster douchebag knot sometimes. Sometimes I just let it flow. Why is high of day? Oh, what? Oh, wait a minute. Hey, Eddie, how you doing? Shorting Pete Hunter. Yeah, I do. I'm doing it based on a whole bunch of shit from Nicola. To be honest with you, I'm paying my tithing. Okay, so Amazon earnings estimate is at 389. Joe's saying. Anybody know what the earnings estimates were on average in the 2020s, 2020, 2021, 2021? Okay, so Henry, what are you saying? Tesla was hitting new high of day, and I was asking you to give us a Tesla. I do have some concerns this morning. There's a question about what do I think Amazon's going to do today. That's a good question. I do have some issues. Amazon's down 200 points. It's almost like they priced in a bad earning, right? Let's look at it from this perspective. We traded down 174 points on Amazon. It gives anyone with shorts on Amazon the opportunity to get out of them. Banks. I'm talking about banks here, right? And you saw a bid in Facebook this morning so that the market wouldn't burn. That's more banks. So let's say you've got a big bank like GS or you've got JPM and they're like, here, we can't sell the entire market down right now. We can't let it crash. So what we'll do is we'll dump Amazon down a couple hundred points, take our money and run. We'll prop up Facebook. We know that the expectations for Amazon are low as fuck, right? And we've already shit-canned a bunch of other companies out there. So if they hit, nothing great. We just won't sell the market. We'll actually raise Amazon's price up tomorrow. We'll load it up on Thursday without anybody expecting it. Remove all our put positions and we'll trade higher. That wouldn't shock me. There is mass manipulation of the stock market. We know that, right? That wouldn't shock me either. Nothing in this market shocks me. You used to have hair down your waist, Brad? You used to ride a horse naked at the same time? Oh, yeah, you guys want me to wear a hat? Hold on, I'll put a hat on right now. How's that for a hat? Does that work better? I'm gonna now call V for. I'm gonna call V Verizon for the rest of eternity, just to piss off. Winky. What do I think about Verizon today? I don't know. Let's take a look. Let's see what's going on with the options market this morning. Watching some Fed puts. Not Fed, Ford. Called Fed puts. Ford puts. Day traders trading all the indexes. Looks like lots of hedging going on right now. Lots of hedging on IWM. Negative. Hold on here. Looks like some call hedging on SPY for Friday. Put hedging on IWM. It's interesting to see that. The difference. That's rotational. Still lots of calls on Tesla. We can look at Tesla. Look there next. My thought is it's going to get pinned today. I'm going to go with what SpotGam is saying. As a matter of fact, that's basically my same thought process and where we are in the market. Let me move my my mic around this morning here.
10 minutes now, 10 minutes from the European cash equity close. The DAX down 1.33%. The CAC down 1.4%. Yield up 11 at 1.37%. The German 10-year yield up 14 on the day.
Some nasty sellers coming in right now in the market. V is heading up right now. Someone was asking about V earlier. Resistance still at 456.87. And we watched some sellers head down here just prior to it, the 11:15 hour. Let me get this a little bit better. Yeah, Visa is ripping higher at this moment. We'll get Tesla right now. Tesla. Tight here. We'll load Tesla up. Let's see what's going on with Tesla. What do I think about the market right now? I think I'm holding. I've still got those calls from, I had some, I've got some February 4th, wait a minute here. I gotta check different brokerages. I've got some February 4th, 465 Cs. I doubt those print. Highly doubt those print. I think I bought those right at the bell. I got coerced into it by some of my followers here on YouTube at the bell yesterday. But I'm loaded to the tits on puts, so I didn't care if I bought these. They're not going to impact my put position. I doubt we go to 465, but I'm going to hold on to them. They've lost almost all their value. I think they're originally 39 cents. They're now worth 4 cents. So I'll just hold them. I'll hold them till they burn. And I'll make a decision on a trade for myself. I'm probably not going to trade until I'm going to look for what the market says throughout the day and see if this is just propping the market up, or if I hedge. I don't think I need to hedge further on Amazon, but I'm pretty I'm fairly, what am I looking for here? I'm fairly well. The U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee approves App Store bill targeting Apple and Google. Heads up on that, guys. Let me read that to you if there's any news. Doesn't say anything about it. All it says is Senate Judiciary Committee said to have approved App Store bill targeting Apple and Google. What's up on that one? We're going to look at SAN. S-A-N. Wow, SAN's printing, huh? Okay, let's look at Tesla. What Tesla's doing. Don't like my mic where it's at. Still don't like my mic where it's at. Can't see anything on the screen. Okay, so we've got some resistance above on Tesla, 935, 940, 950. This doesn't look like it's just propping the market up right now. We'll look below, see if there's any support below. Looks like all the support that was at 900 is now trying to break above this 935, or not 930, but 930, 945, 950. Heavy sellers above, though. Your support, your intraday support is at 923. But if there's anything comes into the market today, you'd expect us to trade down no less than 881. We'll look for where real support is. That's some pretty weak support. Looks like the support, though, moved up. So 850 is your real support on Tesla right now. If you were to trade higher on Tesla, if you're able to trade above this, you always know what we say, right? We trade up to this point, to a resistance point. We take our money and we wait for a break higher. Right now, it's a break higher of 952. So if you're like, hey, I'm super duper bullish on Tesla, you'd get back in again, sell, get back in again on Tesla, and you'd take it to, let's look. I'm not really a fan of holding at major resistance levels for the grind through unless you're holding like calls that are way outside the money, or excuse me, timed far, far away, month out, 3 months out, or you're in some kind of call spread. This is where the market makers make their money, is in these volatility zones. You take all your money, where they take a lot of your profit. See here, this 950. Major resistance, major sellers. Next target above is 1,000, though. Look here at Tesla. Got sellers here at 935, 940. Next price target is 950. Hey, princess. Oh, yeah. Got a new cup of coffee to replace the one that one of my daughters took away from me. Nice little French
seconds
press.
now to the European cash equity close. So DAX looks to be finishing down about 1.5%. The CAC Cron down 1.5% or so as well.
Yeah, so 880 is your support. Your intraday VWAP is support as well. If you want to trade that, you could trade 925, right where we're at right now, and then possibly slightly lower from it. You call it the halfback on this is 908.77. Might find some more support at 920. If you're trading VWAP, you trade as low as 920 to pick it back up again, but you do have major resistance above here at 935, 940, and also 950. We're going to look at SAN real quick, and then we'll look at SBI. 450, right? See this nice support down here at 450. Just trade the bounds on SPY if you're trading SPY. Right, 450, trade it up. We can go as high as roughly right now. It's not that high. It's matter of fact, you know what would be great today would be a Condor, and then I don't know. You're not going to get paid on it because you're still waiting on. You're still waiting on Amazon. I have a feeling from the way for what happened this morning, man. You know, it rubs me the wrong way. It rubs me the wrong way that Amazon sold off almost 200 points. It rubs me the wrong way that they bought the Facebook bottom this morning. Not so much to raise it up, but to hold the market up. Same thing with Tesla. So the buy in Tesla this morning. This is all looking to me like there's a fit. It would be, you know, it would be shocking to me, or it wouldn't be shocking. It would piss me off if you saw Amazon just barely beat, or maybe they just beat, let's say, but nothing extraordinary, where other companies have beat yet sold off, even with good guidance.
8-week bills draw bid to cover 3. They draw 0.140%. 4-week bills draw 0.035% with 51.76 per lot.
So I do want to see how the rest of the day plays out with calls. Yeah, we're going to look at SAN next, and then we'll look at, what's the other one you guys wanted me to look at? There's another ticker. So we'll look at SAN. Winky usually gets some pretty good stock picks out there. If there's a good stock picker on this channel, Winky does a really good job at picking stocks. So we'll get SAN next for him. Look at this one. This one's savage. More buyers than sellers on SAN. You could really manipulate this one, huh? You could easily manipulate this stock. This looks like a pump and dumper stock to me. No offense. Just because of the low liquidity. I feel you, Winky. Oh, so I was missing some of you guys are saying here, so I'll scroll back up again. Look at Yeah, I don't know, Winky. If be honest with you, Winky, whoever's telling you to buy SAN, it looks like a pumper stock, easily manipulated. I don't know what the float is on it, and I don't know what the shorting is on it, but it can be manipulated. It looks like from the book map. Without doing any due diligence. Does anyone here feel that PayPal is a business or is a feature of another business like Charter Bank? I have no clue. Yeah, no clue in the price of Tesla. Winky's like, but I am in the stock. 10-year just quietly building a flag.
Comes from the head of the FAA saying it remains encouraged by the ongoing talks with 5G providers. Speaking on Capitol Hill.
I was I'm open to the Fed not raising rates if certain things were happening, and they were happening, but it's not a good sign this morning seeing other nations raising their rates. It's not good for us not raising rates. It's a catalyst for the US, a further catalyst for the US to raise rates. No, Tesla looks like, I'm not going to comment on Tesla right now. VIX is rolling over. Yeah, I'm not. Here looks strong on Tesla. I don't know about that. I think it's a trap for bulls. I think you get trapped today. You make money. You know, like you buy the bottom on the open, make money, but you get trapped at some point today. Take a look at XBI. Seems dead still. And next target between 65 and 75 LBD. Go burr again. Yeah, yep. European market did just close. Yeah, XBI is not going up anytime soon. I agree with that. You really want to look at the bear porn in XBI? I don't think XBI shows up well on Bookmap, but I could be wrong on that. We'll look at it. Got more resistance here at 452. Tightening of the range. We could squeeze up here on the SPY real quick. You guys are wondering. So we can get faster here. If you can break above the SPY right here, we could trade a higher to 456. $450 right now, though, to 451.88. Oh, you guys heard me say call it princess? I didn't know you heard that. I thought I was on mute. That was my daughter. She brought me some coffee. Look at Amazon, EM on Tasterworks. The Amazon increasing as of today. Okay, I'll take a look at Amazon right now. Any lotto call ideas for Amazon? Yeah, we can take a look at that. Facebook is still dropping. Yeah, it's not good that Facebook dropped below 250. It's a negative catalyst for Facebook. So they're gonna try to hold it up as long as they can, and they're doing it some more. There's some Facebook calls coming in right now. March 18th, 275C for $200,000. Facebook, March 4th, 260C, $315,000. Facebook, February 25th, 260C for $275,000. I think there's some major manipulation going on in the market right now. At this moment, the banks are manipulating the market right now, intentionally, which they should to an extent. We'll look at XBI just now. Waiting up there unless they move down like it trends up. We just crashed the market today. I want to buy tech stocks again. Yeah, that's my feeling too. That's my ultimate feeling. I've got some real problems too with the market. Like I've got problems with bulls wanting to buy dips still. I really want to see bulls be like, I'm not buying this dip. I want to see CNBC say this is not the dip to buy. Not hearing those things makes me believe, just on years of trading, that we haven't seen bottom yet. shouldn't say that, but I got to do some work over here. I got to give me like 2 minutes. I'm going to I have some stuff I got to set up over here. You can see the spies being pinned right now. Facebook's kind of getting pinned right now. Tesla's just kind of hanging out. Give me just a minute here because I want to do some active trading today. I'm reading another room right now, and I think a lot of people were buying those Facebook calls this morning, and I don't think people were realizing that those Facebook calls had the intent behind those calls had nothing to do with the actual price of Facebook going up. More than likely, a bank with a huge position somewhere else in the market trying to protect that position with 10 million in calls to hold it up. Billions, more than likely, somewhere else in the market. From experience, the market looks heavily manipulated today, awaiting Amazon. Heavily manipulated. It's concerning on both sides. It's concerning that they could manipulate just the reaction to the Amazon ER today. That you could just take profit. Take profit off the 200 points that Amazon is down. Amazon's showing a triple bottom right now, as a matter of fact. This does look like a setup to burn bears. If Amazon hadn't sold down as much, I don't know if it's going to probably take me the rest of the day to work this out in my mind, but I don't like, like in my mind, I'm like expecting Amazon to sell down yesterday off of what Facebook did, of course. But then I'm expecting, of course, Amazon stockholders
report
to
here
panic.
out of the U.S. press, the New York Times reporting that the U.S. has some intel on Russia that they're planning for a fake pretext of an invasion of Ukraine. This is echoing some reports we've seen recently. A press report here out of the New York Times on Ukraine and Russia.
There's certainly something going on, without a doubt. Today, there's something going on. I don't know exactly what's going on. My thought process is that they took the money and ran on Amazon. They're going to hold the market up artificially due to long positions that a large bank is taking profit. Then we're going to trade it up, regardless of what the earnings report is. This is when, the news is bullshit and it doesn't mean anything, or it doesn't hold to Amazon this time. Or that note that the guy was just talking about Ukraine, that is something that would hurt the markets. So we could be setting up on the downside as well. But there's something definitely going on this morning in the market that's bigger than us, without a doubt. Very unusual. And you want me to look at the Amazon? Oh, you're telling me to look at the Amazon. Let's look at the Amazon option chain. I think it was Emerson that said to look at the Amazon option chain. Wow. There are still some heavy puts. Oh, Jesus. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that word. There are some nasty put structures on Amazon right now. Nasty. Like nasty. Who is that posted that about was that Emerson that posted about some nasty puts on Amazon today? Yeah, I mean, there's someone holding 8,000 calls at 3,000 C on Amazon. Hold on one second here. I'll be right back.
For Air Liquide trading in Paris, they're going to be building in the United States the largest biomethane production unit in the world. Alpha India trading in Paris.
So there's some nasty puts though on Amazon too, like some real nasty ones. But they've printed heavy. The put side is printed quite heavily, so it looks like everyone's loaded up now on puts. Oh no, they're all gone again. There's some active trading in Amazon right now. So a whole bunch of puts were just closed on Amazon, just last 2 minutes at different levels, very low levels. Maybe another buy the dip opportunity in Amazon coming up. Hey Mira, what's going on, brother? So I was just good to see you. So I was just looking at Amazon options chain. There was a shit ton of puts, and they just disappeared. I don't know if that's spoofing going on or if it's just some real quick profit taking. Got a triple bottom, looks like, on Amazon, and then there's someone loaded up on 8,000 contracts on long on Amazon. Someone said they wanted me to bring back the hats today, so I put a hat on. This is one of my goofy ski hats. I got tons of hats, actually. My daughters have a ton of hats, I should say. Yeah, that's my painted tinfoil hat. So reportedly, so that stuff on Russia, let me read that stuff to you. Let me get this. Reportedly, the United States has intelligence on Russia detailing a plan to fake a pretext for an invasion on Ukraine. Well, the U.S. officials believe Russia is preparing a false flag operation in eastern Ukraine in an effort to create a pretext for an invasion. Reportedly, Russia has prepositioned a group of operatives to create an incident in eastern Ukraine that would give Russia an excuse to invade. And you've also got a follow-up that Ukraine presidential advisor Yermak is saying that it's time for an honest conversation about NATO. Ukraine is ready and able to become a member. That's pretty big news right there. Even just a handshake deal to become a NATO member for Ukraine automatically means that NATO will come to your aid. But you know what? I'll be honest about that. It's probably better if they weren't a member of NATO in some context. NATO is usually slow to respond Even the UN is slow to respond. You really do want like just the US or England responding as a nation. Yeah, the implied volatility must be crazy on Amazon. So we'll talk about that again, right? Yeah, IWM puts are just rolling in right now by the truckload. Yeah, Miro, my hat is ridiculous. Yeah, IWM should be drilled. There's a lot of put flow coming in on IWM right now. Is there a way to just monitor volume on specific strikes or sell by automatic when the volume flips? Yeah, Winky. So you know what I tend to do is if I'm trading, if I'm looking at, well, this is what I used to do before I was live streaming. What I would do is if I'm focused on one particular ticker, I'll just open up the options chain on it and just start watching it all day long. And then at some point make an entry. Do not believe U.S. intelligence. I agree with that. I was in the military. I don't believe U.S. intelligence. Yeah, it looks like the mirror. It looks like someone from Ukraine is saying that they want to join the UN. I'm listening to a lot of what you guys are talking about. Pumping sand. It's inching. Yeah, QQQ did great yesterday. Agree. Missing a bunch of what you guys are saying right now. I'm having some weird stuff going on with my chat box this morning. Missing a bunch of what you guys are saying here. I'm trying to scroll through the chat box and it's like jumping, so I'm missing whole bunch of what you guys are talking about. So I'm just down at the end now. Fix is creeping. Why can't you have bookmap and options chain live stream for you and us to watch together like you used to alone? That kind of looks like it's on a cliff. Ukraine should join NATO. Young people had enough. I traveled to Ukraine. Yeah, Ukraine is very much like the United States. Does it make sense to set strikes for spreads in between resistance and support levels? It depends on your strategies. Sometimes I just buy, it's weird. There's a conversation about spreads that could take hours to talk about. And when to apply them, when to buy them, when to sell them, width of spread, time. Turn on the timestamp on my chat box. How do I do that? Can I do that inside of the alert? You talking about the alert box? I'm going to right click on the alert box. I'm probably going to fuck this up. Is it in the filters? Edit filters? Let me see if I can do this while it's running. Watch me fuck up the entire stream right here. Add filter. Nope, not that. Nope. I'll look into that. I don't know that I can do that right now. I like that, Mao. Yeah, sell outside the money puts. I like that. I like what Mao's saying. See 3 dots? I'm looking right now. Yeah, 3 dots. Click the hamburger. Ooh, toggles timestamps. Nice. I just clicked it. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Who did that? Who was that said that about toggle timestamps up there? Thank you, Matthew. Ukraine is not like the USA. Yeah, thanks for the 3 dots. Yeah, thank you very much. I don't want to, Miro, I don't want to say what I want to say about Ukraine being like the USA. I tried to short it out. Hey, figuring out money. How's it going, brother? Good to see you. I follow you. I love your content, brother. By the way, I pump you up on Twitter. I love your content, man. Love your content. Figuring out money. What do you think's going on out there? It's kind of wild right now, isn't it? We were talking about it this morning. I'm interested to get your take on it. I was talking about the moves overnight from Facebook. Of course, right? Everybody's talking about that. And I'm interested to see what your take is, because I think there's some big banks working the market this morning. Watching that bid on Facebook looked more like to prop the market up, awaiting Amazon. You got short term. Well, you got that happening, right? So you can't break 450 this morning. Can't break 450 this morning, so they prop up the market, prop up Facebook, prop up SPY. Of course, they're selling IWM. So it looks like almost like they're. Are we dumping soon? Are you still there? Is wait a minute, go back up here. Is figuring out money still here? Guy's awesome. Guy does great work on YouTube. If you guys don't follow him on YouTube, follow Figuring Out Money. You have MU put golden sweeps coming in May 20th. ADP, $1.3 million. AMD calls April 14th. 115C, $1.9 million. That's a good expansion of calls on AMD. Positive for AMD over time. You're looking for that kind of call expansion. He is still here. It's odd figuring out money. My question to you is, there is a whole NQ profile I might park below that. We'll hold ES SPY. Yeah, so my concern today, figuring out money, is, you know, they make this week, right? They make Google walk the plank. We all know what they did. Pumps the market up, and then you've got a Facebook miss. We walked the plank with Facebook yesterday. We have a Facebook miss. Of course, we dump. We're right at that 460 mark. Everybody knows that that's the negative downward channel resistance point, right? At that point, we've got sellers hiding above. They got caught in the 450. We dumped below 450 on the SPY. And so you got, sellers hiding up there. You've also got buyers down at 420 that want to protect. You've got that negative impact, short-term puts for protection being bought, all dated for today and Friday. All that gamma rolls off between today and Friday. Or not today and Friday, well, Friday specifically, if Amazon reports decent earnings. But what my interest is in is that Amazon sold off 200 points overnight, went into today, let's say roughly, right? Sold off 208 points now at this point. But if you're a big bank, you're propping up the market for the Amazon announcement, the ER and their guidance today. What's interesting is you could take your profit from Amazon, from an Amazon short just today. You prop the market up. Amazon's expectations are lower than they've ever been, just sub $4. Maybe they just barely beat and the market rises, all that put hedging comes off for Friday, and then we snap way higher. You guys follow him? Awesome. You should follow Figuring Out Money. We are watching Amazon dip right now. I want to give you a market warning right now. There's a market warning. Pay attention to Amazon. We're at 2796.50. And you're seeing it as well on the SPY currently. A test down below at 450 once again. We know that there is some manipulation in the market this morning, so you want to be conscious, be paying attention to see if banks do step in to try to prop this market up at this point. Just had a pin strike at 2791.69 on Amazon. I do want to warn you out there that if 450 breaks, and if we have any kind of a cascading effect in put flow, options flow into the market at this point, it could be very dangerous, right? We're talking much, much lower.
€119.6 million versus 103.9 million a year ago.
I don't think that it sells off, but I would be concerned here, right? You're looking for a target below. I believe it was, they were calling for 435 on SG this morning. Looks like there's light support here at 447. Well, your target below would be somewhere around 435. And it would open the door to testing a lower low down around 415. A dangerous moment for the market where we are, especially in terms of time. Same thing for Facebook. We also know that Tesla has no support down to 880. The market is on the knife's edge currently at this moment. Critical support for the market across the board. We showed you earlier I'm not going to bring up XBI, but I was talking to you earlier about the real support on Tesla being at 880. There is a possibility that you'll trade slightly lower than the VWAP on Tesla this morning. Trade slightly lower down to that 920, but we've just broken through here at 918.65. We're slightly below the intraday VWAP. If that fails to hold, you are looking for a steep sell-off on Tesla. SPY is now breaking below 500. Excuse me, 450. Amazon now down 222.21. Not a good place for SPY currently. Fighting to maintain 450. Next target below, we are below VWAP currently. Next target below is 447.50. Yes, sir, Cody. We did just violate 450 on spot gamma. Also, I made a note on Twitter this morning about that. I think at like 3 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning. You do not want to break 450 and hold below 450. If you turn support into resistance there, the target below, no less, they called 435. It's slightly lower than that. And it actually opens the door to a retest of lower lows that's deeper than 420. If we don't trade higher, let's say we're at 450, we don't trade higher to 465, say, right, for another test down below to close to 420. There are some Elliott waivers out there claiming that the door would be open to somewhere between 390 and 360. I don't know that I test to that right now, but there is concern. Yeah, this is definitely a concern here. Watching some put flow right now. I don't know if I want to highlight it too much because these are day traders. This is not bank movements currently at the moment. There are some puts coming in. You got Snap, February 4th, 25p, $236,000. Light SPY puts coming in February 4th, 445p, $64,000. Lucid, Nvidia, Snap, Jets is of note. June 17th, 21.86p for $164,000. SPY, February 4th, 445p for $139,000, but not millions in flow. And this would be the moment that you would see it. If you see, there's two things that could go on. You could see a cascading of put flow and hedge flow. Some of it could just be selling of puts to bears. Some of it could actually be trying to roll the market over at this point. But we're not seeing either of that right now at this moment. We'll take a look at Tesla next and see if it can hold. Looks like the market's trying to fight itself back. Who's saying that Roblox is halted? We're still talking about Roblox being halted. Did it actually halt or no? It shouldn't halt. We're gonna really run with this. We're gonna say that Joe Rogan, or rest in peace, Joe Rogan. SPY crawling its way back, trying to maintain that 450. Would not surprise me to see us trade down to this 447.50, to slowly trade down. Sometimes you'll see us trade down to lower levels as support kicks in, but 450 should be maintained. It's critical that 450 is maintained in the market. Yeah, there's a whole thing on Reddit and YouTube about the sketchy pedo thing. I guess that wasn't being addressed by Roblox. And then I think Sony had to step in or something and start to police their discords. Of note just now, we have Snap, January 20th, 30C, $1.4 million. Watching some put flow on Qs and SPY. Qs, we've got February 4th, 355p, $178,000. And SPY puts February 4th, 450p, $262,000. Some late SPY calls coming through. We'll look at Tesla real quick and see if it holds below. This could just be day traders trading the VWAP. Here indicators not as high as it was. More sellers currently on Tesla. Remember that the swings in Tesla could be violent. 880 to 930. It's pretty violent for Tesla. It's a nice note there. Al Marino saying that Spotify opened for trading on the New York Stock Exchange, and its initial price was published to the market pre-trading was $132 per share. The opening price is at $165. Yeah, if you're day trading Tesla, right, you see your VWAP is up here, 927 or so. We're currently trading at 914. Real support on Tesla is a wide range, 880 to 935, 950, with some reasonable sellers sitting here at 930. So you can sell the ranges here, right? Sell 935, pick up at 880, or if you're going to trade it with some intraday support levels, you got 915.38. 905, 91, then probably back down to 880. Hood puts coming in. We'll look at Hood next. I want to see if this white ice down below at that 447, 448 number, if it starts to firm up down here, if you start to see more buyers accumulate lower, sometimes it can act as, see this right here, see this white back here, and then it turns into yellow and red. Even though we're trading higher right now, the more buyers that show up down here at 447.50, we sometimes have a tendency to be attracted to those buyers. It has to do with the dome. It has to do with buyers at different levels trying to match them up to sellers. They'll lower the price down to 447. So let's look for a target down below at 447.50 if you want to take it long, or I might take a long there. I will be willing to take a long at 447.50. I'm going to load up Hood right now. Hood's been great day trading, by the way. Did Kramer say that Hood was going higher than 15? Is that what Kramer said? I wonder if Kramer actually trades Hood. Or he just throws random shit against the wall and hopes it sticks. Pretty reasonable intraday support on Hood here. We know the real buyers are somewhere down sub 10, right? Somewhere down here. 982, at least temporarily. We know that the rough support's $9. It was a great buy at 4 a.m. the other day. We will look lower down below and see there is some concern. This $3 mark, this 273 mark is of note. Prior, we had the support at roughly, we had some, this support right here was at like 560, 580. I have some concerns with Hood looking for expansion of their market with cryptocurrencies. I think in the current market, it can be a negative for Hood. Would not shock me to see us. This is the real trading range. It was at like between $5 and $12. Now for day trading, it's like $10, right? Like 980, something like that. Pick it up at 980, sell it at 15. I'm not really buying into the support being at $15, then we're trading higher to $20 as of yet. And I didn't think we'd get as low as 560 before their guidance, but after reviewing their guidance, I think it does trade lower. Currently, changed my viewpoint. I thought the bottom on it was somewhere between $6 and $10. I don't like their crypto expansion. I'm looking more for a revamp of their trading platform, even if it was to mimic something basic like Webull for charting, like just something more for people to grow into, and possibly replacing Vlad. It's weird too. This could easily be done even without replacing Vlad. Just a refresh of their image, and then better tools or growing new traders, new investors from the video game aspect of Robinhood to, hey, we'll introduce you and keep you. That's the other part, is the retention of users. You figure you're a new trader, new investor, let's say they start with Robinhood. If they don't know anything, right? Let's say they start with Robinhood, then they graduate to like a Webull, and then they go on to graduate from a Webull to the next step in their career, right? They go to Tasty, or they go to Ninja, or whoever, it doesn't matter. Thinkorswim, what have you. And not only do they want to be bringing new people in, but they want to retain those new people in their trading platform. They have the golden key, in all honesty, in new investors and traders. So I'm still left scratching my head on Robinhood not having some kind of a platform like that, where you grow with the platform, right? You start off with this Robinhood basic, and then you move up to your next version of the platform. So until I hear something like that about Robinhood, I don't know how it trades higher than $14. I think it trades between 10 and 14. 10 and 14, and then if there's not good guidance, their next quarterly report, I think we can easily begin to trade lower ranges. And that bottom support was at $6 prior to that ER. It was at $5 or $6, not down at $3, which is of concern as well. That a bank knows more than we do. Not financial advice. Look at that wall of sellers above on the SPY, just waiting. Yeah, so I wonder if we get set up today. That's still on my mind. I think there might be a setup here. I'm interested in taking the opposite side of the trade into the close today on the market. I'm interested in buying some outside the money calls on the market into 4 p.m. today. Loading up with some real money down. NVIDIA puts $800,000, March 18th, 240p. IWM just keeps racking up puts this morning. IWM February 25th, 177,000, 190p. IWM 190p, just three of them, sweeps, spread around trying to hide it. So IWM, it is February 25th, 190p, under three contracts for a grand total of 500 and change, $500,000. We'll look at IWM and see what's going on with it. It's been bleeding all day, right? Looks like buyers have stepped up on the SPY. They moved up from 447.49. Tesla is now traded down to its intraday SMA, 200 SMA on the 1 minute chart, just tagged at 910. Looks like everybody knows that support's really down at 880. Was someone saying Tesla was bullish earlier? Up at 935? SAN looks like it's selling off slightly here. Facebook's still doing the creep. I think there's a trade here on the long side. I smell the banks. I can smell them. I can smell them in the background right now. This is outside of any kind of fundamental, technical, any kind of analysis other than the movements in the market currently this morning. I'm already loaded to the tits in put spreads. So I got loads of protection on. I've got like 3 condoms on. I'm all lubed up. I got some burning OTM calls already on the SPY for Friday. They're torched. But with that being said, man, I got this sneaky suspicion. I mean, I realize that the market is protected right now. But if Amazon, you know, that's the thing. I want to preface this with one important statement. That, yeah, I guess you have to look at it from the perspective of, do the banks want to sell the market right now? Do the banks ultimately want to sell this market today? Because if they do, and they hold Amazon to every other big tech company, and what the reaction has been pretty consistently, right? You have to have really good ER, you have to have really good guidance, and you probably have to have something that nobody knows about, right? Like a stock split, i.e. Google. But do they this time? This is when you hear people come on the internet and they go, why did it matter this time? Or why did the news matter differently this time? This is when the banks say, we're not dumping it. And so everybody's just loaded. We do this like during the Fed meetings. We do this during Fed minutes. You look at everybody knows, everybody knows, everybody knows, everybody knows, everybody knows. Everybody knows. And then we swing it the other way. I can't guarantee that's what's happening today, but it's starting to like smell and act and walk, talk like a duck. It's starting to, oh, someone just added to run. Woohoo. Hey, figuring out money. Thank you for being here this morning. I'd love to have you on sometime if I could. If it's any way possible, I could reach out to you and have you talk to our people. Or if we're at a key pivot in the markets, come on board and let's talk. Because we talk the market almost like we're at the racetrack or something. But thank you for stopping in this morning. Catching a nice bid on the SPY, tagged down below at 449.15. Maintaining at this moment. But thank you for figuring out money. I appreciate you stopping in. I'm going to post a link to you today on Twitter. And I'll put something down in the Discord for you too, brother. I appreciate you stopping in. Make sure you guys are following Figuring Out Money. He's got a great YouTube channel, puts out market analysis every night. He's got a cute little dog, I think. I almost remember he had a cute little dog. But he puts out a great program every single night, 5 nights a week. Usually does something on Sundays as well. He's one of the guys that I trust on YouTube. And he's got a presence on Twitter as well. So check him out. He does a great job with finding out which sectors are we rotating into. Has a keen eye for it. Which I haven't even checked today. I haven't even checked XLU, XLP, all the usual suspects. Consumer staples. Look at that, consumer staples just ripping. How's XLV doing today? Holding on. XLV is holding on. XLP, though, green on the day. Just pinged higher at $77 from a low of $76.35. Been going up for 3 straight sessions. See, I might take this contrarian trade into the bell today. I just don't want to get chewed up from now into 3 or 4 o'clock. I want to see if they show their cards here. Let me know in the chat if you think that this market is going to go up or if this market is going to sell off into the close. Do you think that there'll be some manipulation in the earnings report and guidance of Amazon? A whole bunch of questions for you.
Is not clear or is choppy.
Salubot SPY 460 C27.
Follow-up report here. The Spanish Parliament reportedly rejecting labor reform required for access to EU recovery funds.
I like what Eric's saying. Sell off into close, mega green tomorrow.
We did see a report earlier that the Prime Minister Sanchez did have the votes for potential labor reforms.
Figuring out money. His name is Figuring Out Money. Or his YouTube name. Let's see what his Twitter is.
For Toshiba 6205
Yeah,
in
it's just
Japan,
at Mike
Nikkei
P.
News
Silva.
reporting that they're going to be doubling their power chip production.
So at
with
Mike
the
P.
introduction of a
Silva
new plant,
on Twitter.
6502
At Mike
trading in Japan.
Mike P. Silva on Twitter. Find him there. Jill's saying that probability say we'll trade down to 448 or 448.5. Yeah, Michael De Silva. Do I have the Twitter? That was Twitter wrong? I think I follow him on Twitter. I'm almost positive I follow him on Twitter. I love his content. IWM's just bashing and smashing here. More puts on SPY. February 4th, 450p, $345,000. WDC, January 20th, 50p, $434,000. SPY, February 4th, 450p, $197,000. IWM has lots of buyers, but their hero cumulative indicator is brutal right now. You guys want to see Piton real quick? Yeah, my big question for Peloton is just how do you survive your earnings report? You know, it's the one time, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me specifically of Facebook and their guidance yesterday. They held the big meta thing, right? They had this big meta thing, or a product release, you could call it, right? Where they're talking about meta and how they're going to change the world. It's a play to, of course, lure in new users, younger users, tie into a user base around the world, probably targeted mostly at Asian countries that have adopted the metaverse. There are billions of metaverse users in across the world. It's not really as big in the U.S. as it is in other countries. It is with our youth. It is, but it's interesting. The point to note on this, though, is you've got Mark Zuckerberg who can do this big product launch for the metaverse, right? But we've talked ad nauseum about earnings and guidance where CEOs can't lie. They're not supposed to. It's one of the golden rules for these companies. It's the agreement between the market and companies that 4 times a year, you're going to be truthful about your business practices. And Facebook was honest, right? We're seeing less users, no new users, young new users aren't using Facebook. And so that's my question for Peloton in their earnings report. They can say whatever they want publicly on news releases, on fluff pieces, but when you put the rubber to the, I don't know what you call it, the rubber to the street or something, or the curb, they have to be honest in their earnings report. So even though they're trading at $25, you do a wake off in this distribution, you sell it down slowly at the price that you want to get out. But the real thing for me is that when you get into their earnings and guidance, you want to hear something more than I have a strap for my arm, my upper arm. I want to hear something like, we partnered with a bike manufacturer, like outside bike manufacturer. We partnered with a ski company, anything that's other than stay at home. And how do you adjust to that? And I don't know that they did that work while we were under lockdowns, right? Did they do the actual work to grow their company, expand their company? Or is it all focused on being a bike manufacturer, basically, indoor bike manufacturer, which is fine if they're going to be that company. If they're not, they don't have plans to expand outside of home exercise or exercising at home. But I don't think that I don't think it trades at $25 if that's what you are. I think you trade somewhere lower. You trade somewhere between 10, 15, and 20. If that's what you are. But if you're going to expand your business and want to trade at a higher multiple and be considered a growth company, the expectation, I think, would be that you're expanding your products to include not just stay at home. I think it's critical to Peloton's success. And an armband doesn't do it. I mentioned a YouTube channel on options influencing stock price. Can you tell that again? Yeah, I have that somewhere. I think I posted that somewhere. But I don't know it off the top of my head. So Mess Ray is saying the premium is going up on both sides on Amazon today like I've never seen. Rubber to the road, that's what it is, Al. Yeah, so Peloton looks like, so you've got some resistance, light support here, big support here at 25.20. Next stop below, though, if it breaks.
She hopes to reach a deal on U.S. government funding very soon.
Next stop below on, what am I doing here?
General Motors' new union in Mexico plans to ask for raises above inflation. For Golf Michael.
Next stop below on Peloton, though, if this support breaks, is $23. You do have resistance above at $26. You guys want to look at Facebook next? I'll do that for you, John. AMD with more calls coming in February 18th. Keep an eye on AMD. Lots of call flow. More call flow, 318. Facebook call flow. Hello, ladies. Okay, AMD, March 18th. Another $1 million. March 18th, 125C and AMD. Facebook with excellent. You want to see this, okay? Facebook, June 17th, 220C. $18.3 million. $18.3 million on Facebook 220C. Nice move. SPY puts February 4th, 450p for $280,000. QQQ's puts February 4th, 355p. That's actually for $1 million split between two sweeps. So $1 million against the Qs. Small bid in GDX. Hood, more puts. You do want to see that call expansion. I mean, it is deep in the money on Facebook, but that's a nice bid at 10 million. There could be something going on here in the market where this is a bear trap heading into the close today. Major support currently on Facebook at 240. Let's look slightly lower here. Big buyers down below at 235. Let's look even deeper. See if we can get real ugly. So 235. If you're going to follow those calls, wait. My recommendation is wait for a tag of 235. Not so much this 240. Let's look slightly lower. See if we can see what we can see in a better. Somewhere down in here, 235, 240. So I'm going to guess this morning that this is a setup. Against the Bears. It's currently 1242. Facebook sellers moved from 245 to 246, now released up to 248. Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm just going to bide my time here. I don't want to get burned on. So we know that there's pretty decent support. If you want to follow those calls on Facebook, if we can get a quick dip down to 235, possibly, and some weakness, some volatility maybe heading into the close today. Not that it's going to happen, but for me, if I was going to take a long on Facebook currently, I'd be looking for that dip down below to 235 possibly. You might not get it though. There should be a lift in Facebook, of course, due to dealer hedging on those calls down below. But I'm going to take this trade at some point, a long trade on the SPY. You could do it on the Qs. But I'm going to take a long trade today on the SPY. And hedge my short position, my market short. Yeah, I think there's a lot of waiting today. I think it's a bear trap. If I have to guess, if I have to take a guess on the market right now, currently, that there's a major bear trap setting up. But I think it's a trap for bulls too, to some extent. No, I think the whole thing's a trap. I think the whole thing's a trap today into end of day. So I'll wait until end of day or close to end of day. There was one commentator earlier that said, we sell off into close and then we have a big ripper tomorrow. That could make sense too. I've seen that happen before. Yeah, so my take on today is this. We got our Amazon sell-off yesterday. They took it for profit. This is banks, right? They propped up the market this morning. Just enough. Actively propping the market up for end of day. I think if Amazon hadn't sold off as hard as it did, you'd probably get some selling on Amazon. But I think you're going to see a manipulated response to Amazon versus how other companies report. Maybe not. We could trade down. When we tagged this morning 27.16 on Amazon, the deepest I saw Amazon selling to was 24.88. Maybe 22.69. Maybe that's the buy-in they're looking for. It is a wick-off. I mean, it is showing itself as a wick-off, right? Or a wick-off pattern on Amazon on the long term going back to August of 2020. It would be the last piece of the puzzle. I will say this, right? This is the last thing I'll say on this topic. As a bull, right? I am unwilling to buy Tesla. I am unwilling to buy Amazon until they come back to more reasonable levels. If there was a day to do it, to bring back all of these big tech names, today is the day. That's the bear case, right? Today, this week, next week, you take them to a level where everyone wants to buy them. Everyone will want to buy Amazon at $2,500 or even lower. Just like you saw the buy-in on Facebook today. Like the bear case would be that we do a really fast sell the market. Get it down nice and deep on big tech names that are holding up all these ETFs. Swoop in, grab them. Buy your summer calls right now on Facebook. Buy your summer calls on Amazon end of day, possibly even Tesla and Apple could fall with them because big tech is done with their earnings, right? Beat down IWM at the same time so you can grab a cheap price on IWM for mid cap and small cap ERs, like a symphony orchestra, into the close. You prop the market up, dump it real quick into the close, grab what you needed to grab, and then we're off and running. It would be so fast, it would take place over the course of a day or two. Watching heavy SPY calls come in right now. Heavy. Couple $1 million spread around, all sweeps. SPY, 440p, $882,000 for February 11th. SPY, 440p, $564,000, February 11th. Got SPY, February 7th, 450p, $400,000. SPY, February 11th, 440p, $395,000. SPY, February 11th, 440p for $214,000. So the bear case today would be we sell it down. QQQs, 350p, February 11th. Major put flow coming in right now. Heads up out there. So I guess the bear case would be we sell it down finally. We finally knock down Amazon. We finally knock down Facebook. Apple, Tesla, dirt cheap. Then we start driving on from there. Yeah, Facebook's breaking through 240 right now, 239. 235 looks like major support for it currently. So we'll see what the reaction is down below. But it could be quick. It could be something where my point to you is that got some calls coming in an SQQ, $156,000, February 11th, 38C. XOP, February 11th, 108C for $367,000, high algo score for energy. So like the bear case would be, we sell these big tech names down to a reasonable price. You make it fast. You dump IWM really fast. You got some major IWM puts, golden ticket, February 25th, 190p, $1.5 million. And then you get all these banks that are able to buy in for summertime. It happened so fast you wouldn't even see it, right? If you're a bull, you wouldn't grab it in time. Now, on the flip side of all this would be the bear case for end of day, and that would be that the market's being propped up. We head into the close today, and they just disregard Amazon earnings and guidance if they hit, if they do an okay guidance and they have an okay, they're just positive. They're just beating. Now, the third case is, or the fourth alternative is that everyone's long from 420 and they've got put protection on, short protection on. It's temporary into Friday. And they don't care what, they don't care if the earnings are good or bad or the guidance is good or bad on Amazon, that they're protected. So that if we have to sell this market, they don't care. They're going to get paid. And they'll just lift them off and take longs on the fly. So all that action should take place unless something leaks between 4:45 and 5 p.m. Let's find out what time Amazon actually reports today. Do we get the actual numbers at the bell or is it later? Says after market close, but I'm not seeing an actual time. But there could be a great play between 4 and 4:15 on the indexes. And this is interesting too, right? So the EPS forecast for the quarter is $3.88. The reported EPS for the same quarter last year was $14.09. The consensus forecast in September 2021 was reported on October 28th, right? Was $9.10. Earnings per share was 6.12. It was a surprise negative 32.75%.
As we approach the 1 o'clock hour in New York, equity indices are hovering near their lows. The S&P down 1.7%, the NASDAQ composite down 2.7%.
And they missed then. So their EPS forecast is very low. They wouldn't need much to beat. They hit 6. So their reporting today would have to be pretty ugly to miss. So I think even if we have panic selling into the bell, there could be a rip higher at some point after the bell or tomorrow. Get a face rip and rally. next few days, and then we sell back down a little bit, right? Come down into where all the spreads are for the banks on OPEX. What's the comment? I missed something. What's up 50% past hour? The dude in orange, what are you talking about? I didn't see what you were talking about. Your bag holding on Facebook. I missed whatever you were talking about up above. Put your tools away, Josh. Or your tool. I missed what some of you guys are talking about. I think they beat. I mean, you figure they beat, or they didn't beat. You know, they were making their expectations so high. They're still tagging like $6-7. If their expectations are $4, and let's say they hit 6, that's a huge beat. If their expectations are lower, if you get a huge beat with good guidance, and if the banks just want a decent price to buy it at, yeah, future sales will be key. I agree, David. So maybe you do see some sort of panic move into the bell, and then you can grab a cheap stock price after 4 p.m. Yeah, Piton price target currently is at $23. I got to bring up some stuff over here. I need a moment. You guys got me wearing this goofy hat. You guys are hilarious. Put on the goofy hat today. It's an odd day today. It's going to be a lot of money made today. Got to get my charts set up for all of our earnings that are going to be reported today. So we've got end of day and tomorrow. Major earnings for today and tomorrow. We've got Amazon, we've got Ford, we've got Snap, we've got Pinterest, we've got Activision, Blizzard, Unity, Skechers, GoPro. Tomorrow, we've got RCL, Bristol Myers Squibb. I'll bring up I'll bring up XBI for you guys. I can see why you want to know if XBI can trade higher. Let me bring up Ford. I do wonder if Ford impacts Sunrun. I want to know. I would like to hear Ford's. I want to hear Ford's like, we've been drinking Budweiser for 2 years and pissing away all our free money. Or do they say we've...
Lithium SLI. Koch Industries defending its investment in SLI after the negative Short seller report from Hindenburg earlier today, Sierra Leone, India. Koch saying that they believe Standard Lithium's technology is a promising bright spot on the path toward lithium production in the U.S.
ATVI, look them up next. For Activision, they've got their stuff going on for tonight. Facebook, we've got them already. Who else are we going to track today at the end of the day? We'll do Unity. Yeah, all these companies are. I mean, I want to preface something here, okay? If you look at all of these tech companies that are reporting today, they're all trading lower. All of them. Ford's trading lower. Like everything is trading lower. I smell a trap. No, there isn't. You're telling me that all of these companies are going to have misses today? They're all trading lower today. You think that all of them miss? Or is it going to be that it doesn't matter if they... It's going to be like QCOM, doesn't matter? We're going to dump it anyways because it's tech? I guess so. Let's look above and see if we don't miss. We trade higher. See if we can make some money today. Some snap calls coming in. 414.25 $236,000. So 457. Yeah, it's not going to cut the mustard. $460. More sellers are coming lower. That's an interesting note. $461. How much are 461s costing right now for Friday expiry? That's what I need to keep my eyes on. 461 or even probably 457. Keep my eye on the price of those today. February 4th. Everyone's loaded to the tits on the put side of SPY right now. Everyone's in on puts. 461s for only 11 cents on the SPY. Dirt cheap. Probably going to buy some of those right now. Might not even wait. We're getting closer. Roblox puts February 4th, 59p, $101,000. Looks like a signature. I'm probably going to get myself some calls here. So 449, we trade to 461 by Friday. I think so. Yeah, I think I'm already short the market, so I think it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm going to take a, let's see here. The SPY. The safer bet is probably taking him for Monday. Watching SPY. Golden ticket coming in March 18th, 429p, $7.8 million. So I'm buying a bunch of calls right now. Okay, so I'm already starting to load up on the call side on SPY. I don't like this is what I don't like. Well, I can see the March 18th. I can see the so there's some repositioning of hedging from February 18th to March 18th. Okay. There's heavy IWM put flow. I think the market's being manipulated right now. So everyone is short this market right now at this moment. I think Amazon beats. Well, so my problem is, Henry, is that I've got, there's a roll. They rolled it out to March. They rolled from February 18th to March 18th. My problem is that I'm loaded. I am loaded with puts right now. So I'm going to make my money, and I've paid for those puts in the ride up, so they're free. So I've got a bunch of puts that are free that I own. Put spreads dated for February 18th, and they're put spreads, so it doesn't matter. Like, I don't care about IV. I don't care about interest. They're all paid for. Well, that's my point. No, see, I do think it matters, but I don't like that Amazon sold off so much. Now, I'm not saying we can't have a sell down either in the after hours and then a buy in the morning. I think that's still viable to say we want to see a better price on Amazon and want to see a better price on not so much Facebook anymore, but on Tesla and Apple who want to see a better price. But, you know, banks are greedy. They don't really care about price as much as they care about where everybody else is, so they can go elsewhere with it. So if everybody right now is loaded up on the put side, I'm going to take the contrarian trade, protect my put side from not printing. I'm going to take some 11-cent, 12-cent calls on the SPY that are going to expire. Now, I'm starting a position right now. There's a possibility that I'll burn some of the value of those off as we head into the 4 o'clock hour. So what I'll do is I'll just monitor them the rest of the day. I'm going to monitor the SPY. And let's say we start selling off, or we sell down into the 4 o'clock hour. Let's say they're worth like 5 cents. I'll add more 461s. I'll add probably some 457s.
White House officials saying that this time there's no plan for a meeting between Biden and Putin.
I'll add to my position as the day moves forward. I'll grow the position, and whether I lose them or win them, I don't care. They're only 10 cents, 5 cents, whatever they're going to cost. And I'll work that into the close today. So I think we're back to another split. Oh, did he? I don't know if Jem put any weird ass emojis on Twitter. Have you guys ever seen the Jem how to interpret his emojis chart? See? Hold on here. Joe Harper just left a tip and said, burn it all down. It must be remade with fire. Yeah, please like and subscribe these videos. And if you can help support the channel, I appreciate it. It does cost a lot of money to run this channel for the tools that we use. Watching huge IWM put flow coming in still. March 18th. So IWM March 18th, 189p, $2.6 million. IWM February 25th, 190p, $431,000. IWM February 25th, 190p, $281,000. DKNG Golden Ticket February 18th, 22.5p with a high algo score on it. So DKNG I just brought DKNG up. Let's look at DKNG. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean to bring that that trade the news down. Joe, thanks for the tip, brother. And I'm fine with you, Joe, re-tipping me again. Remember I told you to stop tipping me. You can tip me whatever you want, buddy. Just the tip, though. DKNG, you want to watch that ticker. It's February 18th, 22.5p, $2.5 million. It should dip even if it doesn't start to sell. You should see some form of dipping just from the hedging against that trade. Yep, Jay, thank you for the tip. Can I see if there's interest in SPY 441? Yes, of course. Yeah, Tesla, 880 price target. Looks like everybody knows, right? Everybody knows you buy the dip on Tesla at 880, ride it up to 930, then you sell. Well, I'll tell you what, though. I can see where Tesla bulls are saying it's about to explode higher. I can see where the Tesla bull says 435 ain't nothing. I can see what they're saying. I see it. I mean, I see the bull case right now. I'm seeing the light. I am seeing the light right now. Yeah, VIX just ripping away, huh? Crucial part of the moment of the market right now in the VIX. VIX tagging out at 2414. It just looks like it wants to be a monster and rip to 35, doesn't it?
Fed's daily reverse repo operation, AD counterparties taking $1.64 trillion.
Yep. What's your thoughts on SQ? Are we at bottom on SQ? I do, if you guys check any of my previously recorded how to buy a dip on a ticker like SQ, I go into how to know when to buy dips on falling knife tickers. I can look at SQ briefly if you want me to tell you if it's ready to be bought. No, it's not, believe it or not. Not ready to be bought. SQ is not ready to be bought. Just Matt Damon, my whole bankroll into SPY 470 expiring tomorrow. I am bankrolling that right now, Winky. That whole ride up here was pretty good.
Italy Zenil reporting fiscal year revenue at 88.3 billion euros, beating a 74.5 billion expectation.
I'm trading a contrarian trade right now on the SPY, going against all fundamental technical analysis on a hunch.
Citing their green unit and an open fiber stake sale for their increased revenue. ENEL and Italy.
I'm trading a hunch on fraud green candles into tomorrow. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing about this. This 415 is going to be important today. I'm sure that everybody's going to be watching it. Hang tight for just a second. I'm getting some love this morning by the interns. Promises of money. You're holding some 470s for 1 penny? Dude, I love that. You know what? I might buy some of those too. 470s for 1 penny. I like that trade. Because all they have to do is go to 2 pennies and you're rock and roll. Yeah, I'm loaded to the tits and protection, so I'm like, what do I need now? There's nothing I can do. I'm not buying any more puts. So I think at this point I'm trading the other way. I'm trading the just in case we go up trade. Which is kind of funny. I'm trading the contrarian trade today. That's my new trade for today. Let's see if I'm going to fail at this. It's 1:21 in the afternoon. For some reason, my feed is well, it's getting better. Now I'm only a minute off. Oh yeah, baby, pump it. Pump the SPY. Sell all those puts. Selling everybody out there. Just sell puts to everybody. Here's some puts for you. Here's some puts for you. Here's some puts for you in IWM. Everybody's loaded to the tits. Why don't I buy SPX? Typically, I don't trade. I used to trade futures a lot. I stopped trading futures, so I stopped trading SPX. I don't trade SPX anymore. No more ES. Now I just trade cash market options. The SPY. It's the easiest way for me to make money consistently. But most of what we talk about here works for SPX. Not enough liquidity in SPX would be another answer for why I don't trade SPX. I used to hold a lot of stock and I would sell and buy sell calls and puts on stock, but I've since de-risked my entire portfolio. So now I'm just straight cash. This market moves so wildly right now that I can only trade, or I can only hold positions until a price target's met or a swing is met. In my view, I think we got too many high frequency trading firms in here trading. We've got retail with too much information. So you're seeing everything being the juice being taken out of everything right now. All my old school trading tool or my methods for trading kind of been blown out. So I've been reduced to now, like, I haven't owned stock since September. Oh, here and there I'll buy stock. Like I bought some Robinhood the other day, but I held it for like 2 days, I think. Held Robinhood stock for 2 days. I'd like to hold Robinhood stock for 3 months or 6 months. The way this market trades right now, you just can't. So right now, for me, I'm making my money from spreads, safety and spreads, and a combination of that and directional moves on the SPY. Yeah, there's a lot. I don't know if that's put selling an IWM for like a capitulation down move to buy the bottom for earnings season, or if that's just selling to bears. Oh, look at that, huh? All those puts on IWM, and here we go, snapping higher. How are my calls doing? Hey, I'm making money on calls. Yay. Making some money on some calls. If we trade it up to 460 or 457, I'm going to make a lot of money today. If that happens. I'm just looking at everything. Like, I'm looking at all of these companies reporting are down today. Every single one of them. You're telling me that not a single one of them is going to report great ER and have some good guidance? None of these companies? Yeah, Tech ER is Russian roulette. I agree with that. You can still easily trade earnings plays on companies that trade like cash flow, like restaurants and retail stores. I agree with that. Good morning, Wizard Spellius. Kind of wild. We had a celebrity in here earlier today. We had Mike DeSilva. That was pretty wild. It was really nice of him to stop in this morning. They're all shit. That's a sweet rap on Eat. So I'm still holding puts. I've been buying puts the whole way up. I haven't sold them. Not going to sell them. I have them for February 18th for OPEX. If I get a sell-off due to whatever happens at the end of the day today, they'll print. If we trade somewhere into OPEX around 440 to 450, I'll print some of them. If we trade any lower, they're going to print heavy and big. I've got some other crap kicking around. I've got like run calls. That's for an ER play. I've got some Piton puts. And then I just bought some for my day trading activities for my gambling habit. I'm starting a position on growing a position on 461C expiring tomorrow due to where the resistance levels are, where the sellers are. They're cheap, like 10 cents, something like that. 10, 12 cents each. So I'm going to build that position as we head into the final hours today. It's very directional, though. It's something where I'm going to be looking for a catalyst for a big move for those to gain some value. And I'll keep adding to that position, that position. I'm going to look for a big move I'm going to look for a big move directionally today at some point. We're either moving down or moving up. We know from Spot Gamma this morning that if we do get good earnings call, that this market should rip into Friday. Just based on the put protection being lifted from the market. TPR is my next earnings play in case anyone wants to inverse me. The Fed's still showing up to buy bonds, it looks like. Fed's still, the day that they stopped showing up to buy bonds. I mean, just look at this. You never see this on the SPY. Just dead flat. There I am right there, 456, right? But what I really want to see is above here. If there's good earnings, this here would go bye-byes. See you later. So we got 461s. Come on here. These sellers came down this little bit of ice above here at 461. They probably want to cut them loose at some point at 457 if they do rip. Write that down. So 457. Probably get max gains out of them if we rip higher. We'll look at QCOM for you. I think it's a setup. Setup one way or the other, right? We're going to go higher or lower. We know that. We know there's a setup in the market. We know without a doubt there's a setup going on in the market. And just to note that we have traded down into, so right, just so you guys know, like technically speaking, at 450.88 on the SPY, we have traded below that number, and that puts us into back into the bear flag that trading channel bear flag that we've been in on the SPY, going back all the way to January 21st to the top of that channel. We are just below it. Like not hand grenades and horseshoes, but seriously looking at the where we are. So you probably will find some heavy resistance at 450.92, 450.92, somewhere in there. Some heavy resistance. But if we break above and out of this channel, there should be a huge move higher. No, so if we rip higher, I still think we come back down for OPEX. Do you guys ever watch OPEX where we'll trade? Like you guys should always look back on OPEXs and you'll see it's really neat. You'll see like, let's say we close on OPEX at 450. You'll see us trade and hit higher, 475, and we'll hit lower at 425, and then we'll tag 450 right into OPEX. They'll park it right where they want it. But they'll trade the upper and lower ranges of where they expect it to be on OPEX. And that goes for quad witching specifically too. So when you're using spreads, which the banks often use, they wait till they hit their price targets, sell them, and then they print out the other side. They'll print both sides. They always win. You want to see a price target on the Qs? We can do that. We'll look at QCOM real quick. Oh yeah, baby. Look at QCOM. This is a total trader's ticker. Slams down on 180, slams back up to 190. Back to the usual suspects with QCOM. We could probably spend every day just trading QCOM, couldn't we? We could just trade this ticker. Such a great ticker to trade. This is a day trader's ticker. Affirm's like that too. Roblox can be kind of like that. I want you to know, right? If we break above, like this 450.86, 450.92 in the SPY, things could get wild. Wild. Yeah, I can bring up shop. What else are you guys looking for? We're looking for Qs next. We'll look up NASDAQ real quick. We had a really nasty snowstorm here. It's like a sheet of ice. Yeah, you want to see this break above. See this it's just 451 right here. We can break through this 451. Shit is on. Shit is on. Yeah, I think it's still intact. I think if we traded higher, if we traded up to like 460, 470, it wouldn't be a shocker to me to see us trade back down to 440. I don't like that they're rolling out their puts to March now from April, though. But they're free. I have time on them. If Joe Harper's 1 penny calls into printing, what does he care? If his puts don't print. I don't think there's a big chance of earnings being leaked for Amazon. But sometimes you'll see that happen, right? You'll see moves. Sometimes you'll see them drop. So I'm starting a position now, just in case somebody knows something we don't know. What would be a price target on the Qs if we go higher? Let's see. 363.68. Big target above, though, would be 368.24. What do we say, 68? 69. Anything above from there? It's still down there at that 368. Maybe 375. I doubt that, though. Thank you for my coffee. I love you. John's been plowing for 3 days. Woof. Have you been awake? John asked, do you plow with a partner so that you guys can sleep in? Yeah, Eric, I agree with you on that. Do you drive with a partner so you guys just plow 24 hours a day? It would be interesting if it was a big nothing burger, right, Eric? It would be interesting to see if there's a if Amazon, I have this feeling that just from, we don't like these situations that we get put in the market. It reminds me of all these other like stupid fucking events that we get where the trade has already happened. The trade's already happened. The FOMC minutes are like classic. Yeah, see that up there? That's what I'm looking for. That's my target above right there. Like not seeing any kind of, like the trade's already happened, right? The Amazon trade has already sold down 200 points. And you can just imagine, right? If Amazon earnings were that bad and they already sold down, if they sold down 200 points, everybody'd be like, ooh. So like, was the trade missed? And I'll be honest with you, this is 100% true. If they don't miss their ER and if their guidance is okay, the hedge on the market's coming off. Or at least that's what SG is saying. So what if that happens? How do you trade that? The only thing that I can think, or the max gain on that trade is 0 dates that are dirt cheap. The max gain on that trade. How do you make the max amount of money on that trade that SpotCam is saying is possible? Max gain on that trade is way, it's not way, but outside the money calls that cost like a pennies. Penny call protection. That's the hedge if you're a bear right now. The hedge for you is dirt cheap.
Biden calling for funding of community policing. Telling Mayor Adams of New York City that he can count on him to help fight gun violence, but that the answer to gun violence is not defunding the police.
No, there aren't, but there are cheap spreads on Amazon, and you can trade it on the SPY or the Qs. So if you're bearish right now and you're like if you're loaded up on being bearish right now, why wouldn't you spend 10 cents on some outside the money calls to protect yourself? Tesla, February 4th, 910p, $397,000. Tesla. Yeah, it looks like they're just parking it. It's 1:42. I'm going to take a break here for about 20 minutes to the 2 o'clock hour. And I'll rejoin you here at 2 p.m. I'm going to leave on the Trade the News guy so that you have him to talk to. Stick around, talk in the chat. I'm going to take a break because I don't think much is going to happen between now and 2 p.m. in the market. I think we're all waiting, right? But it should be fireworks. It should be. At some point today between the 2 and 4 o'clock hour, we should get some fireworks in this market, one way or another. Amazon is where the banks hide. We know that, right? We know when the markets risk off that the banks do hide in Amazon. It's one of their little places that the banks like to hide their money. Now, I do agree that they want to get a cheaper price on Amazon so they can go back to hiding their money there once again. So there could be some capitulation, some more capitulation in the close. And I agree. The market is hedged for a bad report from Amazon. So if we do sell the market, you better be prepared. So and that's my last thing I want to leave you with between now and 2 p.m. is if you are long this market, there is real danger that we could sell this market. So be prepared for that. Even if it's just some insurance or getting out of the market for a day. Even if you miss us, you can miss us going up 10 points on the SPY in this market and still feel comfortable about your longs if you're to get out and get back in. But there's high volatility risk today in the market into the close and into Friday on both sides. So if you're going to be actively trading this market, the only way you can trade it really is playing both sides right now. I don't think you can take a long or a short position, and if you lose, blame anyone but yourself. That they're acquiring Piton. Hey, what's up, Tesla Wolf? What's up, brother? Got my jams on today. We're talking about how we take care of our hair, and then someone asked to put a hat on, so I put a new hat on today. Yeah, I do. You can be long hair, but don't come around telling people, well, you told me we were going to do this and we're going to do that. Right now, there's a lot of risk for both sides and a good argument for both sides. And more than likely, we're going to get a resolution to the up or downside. Every day this week, we've made big tech walk the plank, right? Every day we're saying, get out there, get on your plank, and tell us what's going to happen. Now, there is some unusual moves to today in the market. The market should have sold off this morning deeper, but we know the implications. If the market did break 450, there are some severe consequences. And it's not that we sell down 5 more points. It's we go down deeper than 420. And the fact that that didn't happen means that there's a huge bank out there that's saying, no, not yet. So there is large market manipulation today in the market. We know that. We know that Amazon's expectations are much lower, right? $4 for an ER. They've been consistently getting no less than 6 to 7. So if they were ready to sell this market, they would have just done it this morning. We're right now at the perfect place to sell this market. Perfect place, perfect day, perfect price, perfect everything. Yeah, I wouldn't be buying 5,000 C for Amazon tomorrow at 2 cents. Hey, Brian, how you doing? I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. I'll be back for 2 p.m. to check in real quick. So I'm going to just take a 12-minute break. If we don't see anything start to get crazy at 2 p.m., I'm going to take the hour off and come back for 3 p.m. And we'll trade. That's my thing. This is my thing about Amazon. And today, specifically just today, I don't know that they need the split today. You guys know, right? You guys ever notice how you'll see the banks give you an answer on anything, right? XLY, April 14th, 192C, $242,000. Affirm, February 4th, 60C, $148,000. Some flow coming in for BP, 35C for 318, March 18th, 35C. A lot of it just sweeps, spread around, sprinkled around. The thing I want to talk to you guys about real quick is, I don't know if you guys caught this earlier, the important thing I want to talk to you about is, you know, like this, sometimes the banks will tell you something like, well, we sold down, just as an example, out of the blue. Well, we sold down Apple because of XYZ. And then they go, well, we sold down Netflix because of that same XYZ. And we sold Tesla because of XYZ, right? So you got like 3 times that they've sold a stock down. And you say to yourself, well, if XYZ happens, that they're going to sell down Amazon now. And then Amazon comes along and they do the same XYZ and it doesn't get sold down. And they give you a new reason and they say, well, it's coming up though because of this. And you'll see it in the news oftentimes. And you'll say, but wait a minute. You just sold 3 tickers down because of XYZ. And they had ABC. So why didn't you sell that down? You start to try to figure out in your mind. You realize that this market is manipulated. Stocks are manipulated. Banks know where they want certain tickers, where they want to buy certain tickers. So that's my only thing today. My crux today is where we are. We sold down 200 points. get an expectation of $4. If we beat that by 6 or 7, they could just claim they doubled expectations, some kind of nonsense like that. So that's my concern into the close. That's my contrarian trade for today. Oh, if it splits, it's going to be banging. Yeah, you could do a split trade on that too. I don't know if I go as deep as 400p. But there's some nice trades you could take. But I'm telling you, if you're going to trade this market in a close today, please, please, please have some kind of a... You can do your own thesis. Like if you're like, hey, I am bullish into tomorrow, or hey, I am bearish into tomorrow. Load up on that stuff. Have fun with it. But then buy the cheaper side to protect yourself. You guys, I know you guys buy call. I know some of you are just one-sided. So let's say you buy calls for that cost you $1, right? And they dive 10 cents. You don't care about it losing 10 cents of value, yet you won't buy 10-cent puts to cover those calls to have to absorb it. If you're not as committed to a movement big enough to cover the cheap side on the hedge, then why even trade it? Are you trading it for just 10% or 20%? Not that you don't take profit on 10 or 20%, but your target should be looking for 100% move. Maybe not in the option, but 100% gain in whatever option you're buying or selling. Oh, that's untrue too. Well, I guess it could be true. I guess Google's splitting to get into the Dow, right? Do I have that right or wrong? Pros, cons of buying 10 1-cent calls versus 2 5-cent calls. Now, there's a good point in this too. Euroboomer brings up a good point that we should talk about. There are concerns there. So there are some concerns with 1-cent and 5-cent calls. There's runway on time on those two. Let's say you buy a 1-cent call. There's problems with 1-cent calls. If you buy a 1-cent call that's like 0 date, 1 date, if the market makers don't think we're going to go there, they'll never increase in value, even if we make the move into that direction. They won't start to print them unless there's even a chance of those hitting. Like they have to have a chance of hitting. And another problem is the violent swings can kill 5-cent options down to 1 cent when the move's actually happening. So if you're going to buy those, I usually recommend that you're doing it very time sensitive, like just as the move is happening. It's very complex trading 1 penny and 5 penny options unless they're far, far dated out. Unless there's time on them, they're very dangerous. Now I bought 461s today. Now let me explain why. Now mine cost me, I think, 10 cents. Now they're probably going to go down to a value of 5 cents before end of day, but I'll keep building them to that position if they do go down lower. But I'm buying those because of this right here, right? If we end up squeezing higher, we're looking at 457. We don't have to actually get to 461. We just need to get to the threat of 461, 460, the threat of it for these to go up 400, 500%. I'm not trying to make fun of your 470Cs. I like them. But I've been caught. I've had market makers fuck me on penny calls and penny puts that are just dated, like expiring today, expiring tomorrow.
Futures.
All right, I'm going to take a break. You guys funny as hell. I'm like, so many questions. So much. We have to make
Fresh
classes.
highs above $90 a barrel.
We have to make classes about selling and buying too. Cutting legs off spreads is a big one we have to talk about. Yeah, I think it's not that we're not close. The thing you have to think about is it doesn't matter if we trade down to 400 or 420. This is the season. February and March is the season that we buy for summer. So if your time horizon is June, you can buy down here anywhere. It doesn't really matter. It's probably going to print into June. It will. If your time horizon's farther out, personally for me, I'm just a small retail trader, so I don't have the bank or the bailouts for me to make a wrong decision. So for me, I don't think we've hit bottom. From now into March, I don't think we've hit bottom. Seasonally, February is the worst performing month, although we did have it in January. So I think even if I miss the ride, I have a chance to catch it at some point. I don't feel like I'm panicked at any moment. And I don't need to panic until mid-March, mid-April. And if I miss the ride up, I'd rather miss 10% of the ride up than not grab the lower end. I trade opposite than a lot of people. There's a lot of what you're told, how you're told to trade, invest, and I tend to trade, invest slightly different. QQQ's puts February 11th, 345p, $600,000 or $650,000. QQQ's puts $600,000 February 11th. QQQ's February 11th, 345p, $900,000. That's a couple $1 million against the Qs. GE puts January 20th, 75p, $1.4 million. That's a golden ticket with a high algo score. Yeah, I see a pinning. Even if we're buying bottoms here. What would you like an explanation on, Samper? I'm still here, Samper. What would you like? Oh, are you talking to Josh? All right, I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. If anyone doesn't know about golden tickets, I'll come back and talk about them later. You can probably Google search what they are and get some information off Google. But if not, I'll get back and I'll talk to you guys about them, how to trade them too. We'll bring up a chart and stuff and show you guys how to actually trade golden tickets.
So for Meta, seeing a report that CEO Zuckerberg told employees that the stock is moving because of the forecast. In an internal meeting, Zuckerberg told employees that Meta is facing unprecedented levels of competition.
Just a heads up that XOM, XOM, is squeezing higher after 3 days of consolidation. Might be a quick 5-minute trade.
We're 15 minutes now from the close of pit trading in energy markets. WTI crude futures have moved out to new 8-year highs, 90.15 in the WTI market, above $90 now. Natural gas futures down 11%.
Nice source. Reportedly, investor height is pushing it to go private. November, India. Boston Fed and Massachusetts Institute of Technology releasing Phase 1 technical research and open source code for potential central bank digital currency. Boston Fed saying Phase 2 research will look at balancing privacy with compliance.
I've gone through the close of pit trading in energy markets. WTI crude futures holding on to gains above $90 a barrel, up $1.81 or just over 2% today. That is an 8-year high. First time been above 90 in about 8 years. Natural gas futures are under pressure today, down about 10%. Is after natural gas was reportedly discovered off the coast of the UAE. Richmond Fed's Barkin saying straightforward call to begin raising interest, and that ultimate level and pace of rate increases remains uncertain, though it sees no need to restrain the economy now, saying the quest for the Fed right now is to get policy in a better position should high inflation persist. Comments from the Richmond Fed President Barkin.
Dump it, baby. I want it to fucking dump. Just drill it down. Just keep drilling. Just keep drilling, baby. Drill, drill, drill. Tesla down to 897. Got lots of IWM puts rolling in right now, boys. Some buy the dippers trying to step in right where we are right now. I don't know if I'd trust them. I don't see shit for support down here. And the break here, just as a heads up, the break at 447.80. This could be just capitulation heading into the close today. Scared bulls heading into a panic mode for Amazon reporting earnings. But if this was any other normal net day, this break of 450 should signify some significant retesting down below. Now, you can't, due to Amazon reporting, of course, it kind of throws a random event into it. Under normal circumstances, if Amazon was not reporting today, this move lower right here would signify a pattern, a 1, 2, 3 pattern on the SPY that is significantly lower than 420. So I'm going to hop back on real quick. I want to talk to you guys about something. So under normal circumstances, right? Let's say we weren't in ER season, we weren't in Amazon season, or Amazon wasn't reporting today. Under normal circumstances, where the market is right now, the fact that we sold off at 460 yesterday, we couldn't break above 460, break above. This is classic. You'll see this in stocks that are selling down, like specifically like SQ is a great primer on this. If you look at SQ and how bulls get trapped, just looking at the ETF SPY right now, and if this was a normal stock and you sold off, you broke, you didn't break through that down channel, that major resistance channel on a stock, just like SPY right now, and you see this happening here, it sets up a move way lower, way lower, and fast. Now, another take on this would be we'd retest down below here like 446, then you'd have a move higher to like 460, 470, and then an even bigger move down to like 390 or so under normal circumstances. But due to, we still have the Amazon question, right? How does Amazon report here? But normally at this point, you would see some significant selling in an individual ticker at this point. This is trading like it should keep going down. Now, you still can't add in what does Amazon do, right? Amazon can change this market at any point at any time. Maybe not as, they might not change IWM as much. That might be where all that put flow comes in on IWM rather than, take a look at IWM and see how bad it's selling off. So IWM is probably a more risk than the SPY. IWM is also the internals of the market, so it's always important to know that. The health of the market. But this does, under normal circumstances, if we didn't have Amazon hanging over us right now, and we had that huge rejection yesterday, you'd be looking to not only retest the lows at this point, but an ultimate target. I don't want to say it because I want to, every time I say things to you guys take shit out of context. So I got to be careful with my words on this live stream. But ultimately, you'd be retesting lows that would be even lower than our last low. Our last hammered, the low that we hammered out, quote unquote, down at 420. And we're not far from it again. So just in even saying that, right? We're not that far away from 420 now. We're at 447.70. We've broken through some pretty major support. The bulls do have, some major support levels. You can see if you just look on any chart, right? You can see that this is a nice level here. But we're not with this level of this 4,500, 44.6.89 was a zone of support. Hold on, I'm having some issues with my this is a contentious area, but we have broken down now below into the original bear channel that we created way back on January 24th, right? Matter of fact, I'll put this chart up on Twitter so you guys can have a better understanding of where I'm coming from here. I'll put this up on Twitter for you guys so you can see what I'm talking about. But this break here is important, right? If we break through, the last bit of it is going to be 446.87. If you break through 446.87, you're ultimately targeting 431.49. If you can't catch this third bounce down here somewhere, you're not going to catch it, right? And I'll show you guys this. I'll post this for you guys on Twitter real quick so you can see what I'm trying to talk to you guys about and get some sort of visualization of what I'm talking about. This right here and this right here. This is the channel. We're working our way back into an old channel. And if we continue to, we're in the channel now. Technically, we broke the channel this morning at the open. And I'll make another one for you here. And the implication is for the bear case, I'll show you what the implication is for the bear case as well. What the bear case is here. Something like this. If you guys want, I'll show you a head and shoulders too, what the head and shoulders looks like. Oh, and I'll bring that one up. And then I'll actually bring up where the head and shoulders is that that's developing. I think I drew it out on TradingView the other day. Yep, I've got a head. Got the other. kind of bastardizing my chart on. I'm going to show you guys a bunch of different charts right now. And this would be the other shoulder here. We'll save this one. 2. Show you the head and shoulders pattern. Here we go. I'm going to start posting this stuff right now. Capture 1. So the first 2 are just some SPY charts that I use for day trading. The last one is the head and shoulders pattern. I just posted those out there so you guys can take a look at them. And now that you're trading back into, so you've traded outside of the range of the bear flag, right? That's on the SPY. You're now trading back into the trading range of the SPY of this bear flag. And the question is, does it fall right off and down and below? There could be some sideways movement to then a future drop off, but now the only thing that I would give here as we trade into the 3 o'clock hour is the Amazon question. And that's the one sometimes I talk about Bitcoin, how it tends to trade to more traditional charting technicals. But
5 minutes or so, we'll see the close of pit trading in U.S. bond markets. Treasury yields have gone higher here in today's session at 1.82% in the 10-year, 1.19% in the 2-year yield. Yields dragged higher by hawkish commentary from both the Bank of England and the ECB at their meetings today.
yeah, if you
can continue upward pressure on oil prices, hitting fresh 8-year highs above $90 now in WTI crude.
also take note in that conversation that guy just had, you don't want to see yields at 2%. That's usually when the market can really roll over. So the only other thing you'd talk about today would be the Amazon question. Outside of the Amazon question, normally under normal circumstances, this should roll down steeply. That's the only thing you're waiting on is just Amazon at this point. Does Amazon beat earnings? Has kick-ass guidance? Outside of that, if this was any other normal situation, now some of the Elliott wave guys would say we'd tag here, trade higher to like 460, then trade lower to 420 again. There's some counts that have it there, but there are other accounts like basic counts where on the last chart that I posted, it would just be a 1 down, 1 up, and then 1 big 1 down and a much bigger move. Just basic. Forget the left shoulder, right shoulder bullshit. Forget the 3 different counts that you have, the bullish counts, the bearish counts, and the Elliott wave. Just in a basic move, you would see a much lower price on SPY. Yeah, so outside of the only unknown news that we have is Amazon, and everything weighs on Amazon at this point. Next question, it's 3 p.m. We're coming into the 3 p.m. hour. We have way more sellers than buyers. Here indicators okay. Do we get capitulation into the close and then rip higher? All questions that haven't been answered yet. I still have my puts on. I haven't cashed any. I haven't cashed any of them in, so I'm still holding all my puts. I bought some FDs for the close. Let me look and see where those are at. They're not doing too bad. They still have some value in them, so actually some good value in them. So I'm going to stick in those. I'm not going to cut those loose here. I think we still have that dynamo. We have got the dynamo definitely of Amazon. What happens with Amazon? And then actually add some more calls to this. Let me see here. Probably going to add I am going to add to my position right now. Give me just a second here. All right, hang tight here. So now I've got some 460s. I got some 461s, 460s on SPY, all expiring tomorrow. Just some cheap calls. I'll add more at the bell. Waiting on Amazon report. But under normal circumstances, if we didn't have Amazon reporting today, very bearish. Very bearish move here. Looking for a break below. If you are bearish, you're looking for a break below 446.89 next. And then let's take a look on the book map here. Yeah, this is all this area down here is where you don't want to break here at this 440, 443 or so. Excuse me. Group video call. Who's that from? He's trying to call me in a group video call. $440, $439. $435.
1 hour now, 1 hour. The Dow down more than 400 points. The S&P down 95 handles, and the NASDAQ Composite down 451 points.
There it is right there, 430. Facebook, more calls, just bought on it. June 17th, 220C, $8.5 million. If you are panicking in the market right now, do want to let you know that if you are new to the market, this is time of the year where banks buy the market. You see Facebook down right now. Millions and millions of calls bought on Facebook today. Just averaging in. So where you might be panicking if you're a bull, there are banks that this is just the norm, right? Looking for a place to buy, play in different places in the market, different tickers. We've noticed all this past 2 months, we've seen individual tickers, different tickers, right? Some of them are just like $20 a ticker or $20 a share, and you'll see millions go into those shares for summertime. You see it happening right now on Facebook. You know, it's all doom and gloom on Facebook, but you see the big buys for June, summer buying for Facebook today. If you want some safety buys, even though it's hell on wheels right now for Facebook, we know that there's major buying on Facebook at the same time that there's major selling. Someone bought $40 million in Facebook calls. The majority of those millions are on June 17th, 220C. You know, big banks buying for Facebook. Now they can move their money around, reposition themselves. They have more money than you do, right? But at some point, Facebook's pretty close to where it needs to be. I was just on the phone with Joe Donut talking to him about it, and you know, just take a look at Facebook. Over the course of the year, they were at 548, I think, and now they're down to 236. What was it, 438? I forget what they were. And they're at 384, and now they're almost at 50% off, or 40. It's like 43 or 4%, something like that. 43% discount on Facebook right now. And if you'd ask somebody back in September, would we be at 236 today? And the answer more than likely would be no. No, there's no way we're down at that price today. So when we talk about looking for discounts on companies, there's some banks right now saying this is a great discount. I'm going to buy here. They could trade down another $10 or another $50. Well, the time horizon in June, you're probably pretty good, you know, and safe that you'll at least make your money back. So when you're asking me, do I think this company will trade down? Yes, I do. We're down at 27.66 on Amazon right now. What do they say? What's the joke? Generational buying opportunity. Question, it then brings into question not only Amazon but Tesla. Question brings up the question about Apple. Does Amazon take Apple down with it? Does Amazon take Tesla down with it? Does Amazon take down Shopify or Etsy? Because these are all online buying companies. We heard yesterday that personal spending is down. We heard yesterday that the unemployment numbers aren't good. We heard yesterday, or we hear Friday, more employment numbers, right? We've got more jobs numbers coming out on Friday. Another negative catalyst. Today, a big one is that the dollar is not going to be as worth as much as anticipated from foreign nations that are going to implement their own anti-inflation regimes, right? Raising rates across the other or emerging markets, emerging countries, which doesn't help inflation in the U.S. All negative news catalysts. Last of big tech reporting is today, Amazon. Right? There's others. There's Snow. There's Shopify. There's all kinds of other companies. But let's talk big tech, right? Fangman, Tesla, all of it's done. So I've been trading in the money 0 dates, 1 dates, whatever's available on the SPY all the way up from 420. And what I didn't do was buy any calls that were, let's say, 420Cs dated for next month. So I am interested, if any of you out there did buy, in the money call in any ticker that's like a month to 3 months out, let me know if you're just back to break even right now. Are you in the red right now on those? Seems like we're at a moment in the market where if you bought the bottom with far dated calls, that you should either be in the red or coming into the red here soon, where we are currently in the market. Yeah, personal spending's down for a whole ton of reasons. Personal spending is down for a whole bunch of reasons. Part of it is the rent, right? We don't count the rent. We also have some problems, though. People bought goods already, right? When everybody was locked up at home, they bought all their shit. They bought bicycles. They bought fucking, pizza rollers. They bought new furniture. They bought everything from Wayfair. They bought $150,000 trucks from Ford. They've done all this shit. And so now you're looking to see, hey, are you going to spend some money on services? I don't mean like McDonald's. I'm talking like, are you going to Disneyland? Are you going to a concert? Are you going to go skiing? Are you actually spending money out at like your local neighborhood fair, like events? Are you going to Buster's to, what is that? I don't know if it's called Buster's. I don't go there, but it's a big ticker. But like, are you going there and spending money on games and food? Are you spending money just on a good time? And people aren't. You get a mad rush for housing because of the fear of rate increases. Has something to do with it. You got people getting or not working. Like the claim is they're getting better jobs. That's part of it, but there's some people that aren't working that are normally working. I have a family member that works for a large company, and she's told me that they've rescinded higher pay rates to new hires. So if they were hiring people and they were giving everybody bonuses, they're giving everybody higher pay rates, and then they've rescinded some of that in anticipation of inflation going down. So I don't know what is going on here. Keep getting these rando video calls. I think this is my daughter's friends trying to Zoom me, maybe. Just trying to video call me. Is it Dave and Buster's? Yeah, I'm using it just as an example. There are people out there spending money on services that aren't going to McDonald's or your local Wendy's dumpster. I noticed, so I currently live in Michigan, and there's this little outside metro. They have these little metro communities outside of the city, right? And they have, even in the city, even in, let's say, if you go to downtown Detroit, they've got this huge farmers market, open air market, and it's not the same. Like events are not the same. There's not as many people. There's not as many services. Park City, I spend a lot of time in Park City, and they just shut down a huge race in Park City permanently. It's an attraction. Part of the whole personal spending thing. So we'll see into the close here. It's 3:12 p.m. I hope that you are hedged in both directions so you can make money off these directional moves. Wendy's dumpster. You don't know about Wendy's dumpster? You haven't been there before? It's hard to get tickets. So I normally ski. I ski even this winter. I've been skiing, but so normally, even up to last year, I usually take a winter trip, spend a month or so out in the mountains. And this year, I chose not to. I couldn't justify the price this year versus even last year. I couldn't justify it. And to be honest with you, this is a I forget what you call these. They don't really mean anything, but I remember like an antidote. I remember when I lived in Vail. I lived there. I was a ski bum there during the last boom. And this is when Enron owned like 3/4 of Beaver Creek. And we're talking just throwing stupid money away. Like stupid. There was like no price that you could pay. No champers that you could drink. No food. I mean, like, bring over the truffles. Let's shave off 2 ounces of white truffles. Cristal, just bottles of it. Louis Trey, bring over the crystal bottle of Louis Trey. Didn't really matter. Just pissing money away. And then I remember when the following year, there was a shift. Right? Nobody could afford to go there anymore. Nobody could afford to go to. It took like 1 to 3 years. There was just so much. It was so expensive to be there. I think that honeymoon was like 1 to 3 years. It reminds me a lot of right now, where you just need. If you go to Park City Vale right now for a month, and you don't know somebody or stay in someone's house, it's a $100,000 trip for a family. Easy, $100,000 gone. And that was what Vail was
45
like.
minutes now, 45 minutes to the U.S. cash equity close.
That was what Vail was like for that like 1 to 3 year period right before the crash. And then, of course, the crash happened. And that following year was all, any middle income, upper middle income families that could afford to go to Vail became a large part of who started going to those mountains again, right? Or who was able to still go to those mountains or gain access to those mountains. It was like 3-4 years later. You had like oil barons from Mexico disappearing that were building hotels in Vail. Enron guys disappeared, and it was like a ghost town up in Eagle Vale. Was it Eagle Vale? I don't remember. Yeah, Antidote. It's Antidote. Can't really apply to this. A lot of for sale signs throughout Michigan. Decent sized venue just shut down. It's okay if the real estate market dumps at some point. If you're able to sell your house, I'm selling between now and April. I'm selling everything I got. I think we're selling everything. That's what we're doing right now. I just added some more calls down here at 447.56. Some more lottos for tomorrow. Those are up a little bit. They could be up more. They're up like 10%. Got 18 minutes left. If you guys want, I'll put Do you guys want me to put on? We'll have it live. This guy, we have to get a better name for this guy that I can remember. But they'll talk about the earnings release for Amazon. There's supposedly the ER release specifically comes out right at the bell at 4 o'clock. So there should be a move to be made. Could get kind of wild. A little bit of bull capitulation down here. We're going to do it live. We're going to do it fucking live. Did you guys ever see that? There was this the guy from Fox News back when he was on some shit show on TV. He didn't know it was being recorded. And he just fucking snapped. I forget what his name is now. Some talking personality. Bill O'Reilly, that's who it was. Bill O'Reilly reminds me of Jim Cramer. If you ever had a hot mic on Jim Cramer, it'd probably be some shit like that. Howie, call him Howie. Fucking Jim Cramer's all fucking awesomeness on TV, and then you fucking turn the mic and the cameras off, and you find out he's a fucking raging monster. Oh yeah, he was nasty, behind closed doors. But a lot of those guys are, they don't ever let you know that in public. The no spin zone. But before the no spin zone, didn't Bill O'Reilly was they used to have these TV shows where they were basically a tabloid magazine TV show. It was like a men's version of Entertainment Weekly or something. Pre-Joe Rogan. You had whatever show he was on. Yeah, they expire. The Discord links, they expire. So I'll try to get one. Maybe somebody can get one right now. There you go. Nice little move up. Nice little short covering rally real quick on the SPY. It's 3:20 in the afternoon. Fast trading today, without a doubt. We've got a bunch of wonky calls here. I've got some 460s, 461s, 465s. Some of them are green and some of them are red. I've got some puts here. Take a look at my puts here. See how they're doing. Doing pretty good, hanging in there. So we'll see what happens. I'd like to know before the bell what you think definitively. I'll give you 3 choices. Nice little squeeze on run. I'd like to know definitively what you think. I want to know if Ford, the 40R impacts run at all due to that whole tie-in with Ford. If they mention run in their guidance, that'll be big for run. But tell me in the comments, in the chat real quick, tell me if you think we're going up, down, or sideways after the bell. And not we're going to sell off, then rip to new highs. I want to know, where do we end up tomorrow? Okay, what do you think we do today? You think we're moving way higher. You have to take the position of we're either moving way, way higher, way, way lower, or sideways. Mesray is saying up, up. Got 2 votes for up. Lower than a squeeze higher. Yeah, Tom, I like what you have to say. I think John or someone was mentioning that tomorrow that the market is so fucking hedged. Sorry for swearing. That market's so hedged that they'll just kill both sides before they make it rip. Tomorrow down to a bell. Depends on Amazon. Recover most of the losses today, up or sideways. Amazon's got a surprise when we face tomorrow. Sideways hurts the most people. It's a fair point on that one. SPY closes at 453 today. Right on. Down, Kyle, no cows for market for Amazon AR. Rate hikes coming in March. Lower. J&K went lower. Yeah, junk. Yeah, I'm watching junk bonds right now. I'm watching all the bonds right now. There's a bear trap. 445 support building as we see. We dropped 445 and then we squeeze. I'm interested to know what the Elliott waivers are thinking today. It's like that's the one thing about trying to chart this stuff are the events. The events are getting a little fucking ridiculous right now. Ooh, nice, Alex.
So now we've seen a little bit of volatility in some of the solar names. This follows a report from about 15 minutes ago that the state of California has suspended a net metering decision until further notice. The state of California PUC sent notice to parties during a proceeding. Reminder, back on January 20th, the state of California's Public Utilities Commission postponed a vote on rooftop solar incentives.
More positive flow on AMD. Just heads up for the junk bonds people out there. HYG, February 11th, 84.5p. More energy calls all over the place. XOP, XOM, oil. SPY puts February 4th, 449p, $318,000. That's what I'm betting on right here. I'm betting it's a sell the news event with Amazon. We rip higher. Only other negative news I can see in the future would be the jobs tomorrow. That could be used as a negative catalyst. And we've already been given a heads up on it. $327, half an hour left. Some SPY call buyers coming in. February 4th, 449C. SQ, February 25th, 110C for $372,000. We've got let's talk about the puts on. Oh, that's a good one. XLI 521. So you've got $40 million in Facebook calls. That looks like it's geared towards summertime. Google, same thing. We had multiple daes of multi-million dollar calls on Google. heading into summertime. I haven't seen Tesla have a ton of calls other than back when it was trading down at 790. Like big, long, far out calls. But then we also have SPY, $18 million in puts with some rolls of hedging into March 18th. IWM, though, took in 10 million in negative flow, all dated for right now. So there's something going on for IWM between now and March 18th that there's an expectation of a large move down, either through bonds or some poor earnings or rate increases. Maybe it's a combination of all three whammies for IWM. All short-dated stuff. It's important that it's short-dated too. Watching puts on XLI, May 20th, 100p, $400,000. XLI, May 20th, 100p.
You may reach our support desk 24 hours a day at...
Make sure we're connected. So that the California Public Utilities Commission that suspended its net metering decision on rooftop solar incentives after postponing the vote 2 weeks ago impacts FSLR, TAN, CARBX, Tesla, Run, and Smog, SOMG. You know that we're in run calls right now. And just a heads on the market internals right now, the New York Stock Exchange volume is at 500 million shares, which is 5% above its 3-month average. Decliners are leading advancers by 3.7 to 1. It means we're selling the market right now. NASDAQ volume is 3.27 billion shares, or 18% below its 3-month average. Decliners also lead the advancers by 3.2 to 1. The VIX is at plus over 12% at 24.70. Yeah, if you're looking for stock to buy, not a bad place to be buying stock on Facebook. We're seeing it on individual tickers all through ER season. Earlier today, we talked about the hit on 235. We said don't follow those calls until we hit 235. We could take a look real quick on Facebook and see if there's risk of it selling off further. We know where the calls are. You guys are looking for trades, right? Any of you guys are out there that are investors? We talked about 235 on Facebook earlier this morning. Said wait for 235 and follow the calls that the big banks are buying. Right? We talked about that this morning. So if you wanted to enter Facebook for summertime, right? We said look for 235. We'll look again and check to see if it still is 235. Talking about golden tickets on Facebook. The date is June 17th, 220C. You could just make it call spreads. You can buy them cheap. Let's buy some call spreads, something that's in the money. 220C. Date them for June 17th. Right? You could even make them higher. Make them lower. Make them 210s. Make them 230s, 240s. Make them for June. Just do some call spreads. Follow the banks. You could even throw an extra month on them. Make them for July. Just in case the banks have to reposition and you couldn't. Make them slightly outside of the money. Make them, they're doing 220s. So you could make them 230s or 240s. You decide what kind of risk you want to put on. This is the time of year that we're looking for deals on tickers. Facebook is a good one. It's a good one. It's not bad. See this right down here, 235. We talked about this. You're not going to have to worry about, if you buy a call spread, you're not going to have to worry about the decay. Just buy some in the money, call spreads, date them out for June or July, throw an extra month on them or something. You can make them higher if you wanted to. But if you want to follow along with the banks and you don't have $10 million, and you can't buy $10 million worth of 220C for June, just buy yourself some call spreads. Buy yourself one stock. Buy yourself 10 Facebook stock. And then just sell puts.
Standard Lithium commenting on a short seller report, Sierra Leone, India.
There's a short seller report on SLI. Ticker SLI. That the short report is false and misleading. So you guys want to call out that Facebook's a call out. June 17th, 220s. Grab yourself some in the money call spreads. Open them up on a brokerage that you don't look at every day and stop staring at them. Check back on them in 3 months. Probably make it a credit call spread too, if you could. If you make it like a debit, they probably won't print until you get out there in June. Credit call spread probably do a better job of printing them. It's 3:36. We have a half an hour left. We're down to 447.31 on the SPY. I'm going to cut one set loose of my put spreads at the bell if we keep trading down. I've got some 420. They bottom at when we're at 451. About some 420, 425 put spreads. Yeah, I've got some 442s and 440 and 442s. I don't think I'm going to cut those loose until we get closer. Have a high algo score. TQQ, February 4th, 54p, $38,000. Lots of fear and panic in the market right now currently. We are looking at breaking through some major support on the SPY at 446.78. It's a major level for the SPY. The next major support is 439.80 or so. Nope, nope, I don't want that. Nope. Watching Facebook calls come in. March 18th, 250C, $570,000. Trade on the RCL. What is going on here? RCL for their ER. February 4th, 81C, $662,000. A ping off 447.07. Lots of retail bearish flow. Hold on here. Light support stepping up on SPY right here, 447. We've only got 19 minutes left until the bell, until we hear the good or the bad news on Amazon. Small squeeze on Facebook currently. $20 minutes left. More calls on RCL, following up with a small retail trader following that big trade on RCL. February 4th, 81C.
Amazon shares down some 7%, coming up off session lows here ahead of their earnings report here, expected just after the top of the hour. The Dow is down 450 points. The S&P at 44.91, down 98 handles as we head towards the close.
RCL, February 4th, 81C, it's $73,000. Shopify now knocking on the door of its lows from the last market lows at 420. When we touched down at 420, we traded Shopify. It's knocking back on the door of its previous lows where it broke that 800. Remember that famous support level for Shopify? Where it briefly broke below 800. I remember somebody was complaining that they should have bought that dip. Well, here you go. Here's your second chance. Hop right in, buddy. Buy that dip right now. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that exact moment. I think the response was, "You sounded so bearish that I didn't buy it, and I should have." So if you're listening right now, there's your chance. We're right back where we were before with Shopify. SPY is hoping to not breach 447. 447 is a level that's back just, I think, some point this week. Also take note that if we are red on the week, we had a red January and we're following it up. We would be following it up with the first red week of February, closing out this week if we don't close green. So the first was on Tuesday. 31st was on Monday, dragged ourselves out from the depths of hell on Monday. And the 31st, for a little bit of window dressing in the month, still closing in the red. You guys can see me at least? That's good. Okay. I forgot that I had the camera off. About to breach right now, 446.90. Looking for capitulation into the bell. We'll get the ER report live as we hit the bell here. 14 minutes left. What is going on here? Why am I not getting fills? $446.76 currently.
Over 10 minutes to the close here in New York. On the earnings front today, we'll get Amazon earnings in the first few minutes after the close. Other notables include Columbia Sportswear, Deckers Outdoor, Ford, GoPro, Fortinet, Microchip, The Hartford, News Corp, Pinterest, Post Holdings, Prudential Financial, Skechers, Snap, and Skyworks.
SPY dipping its toes below major support going back this entire week. If there's a break here, Next stop should be no less than, we got some gaps to fill. 439. Real support somewhere around 435. Talking about another 110-point drop if Amazon earnings suck. If you don't see it here in the SPY, you will see it in the Qs. Dude, why am I not getting fills? It's pissing me off. I'm getting order flow scams. SPY just dancing on the edge right now. Literally no support. It's like sitting on the edge of a cliff right now for the SPY. Price target below on a bad ER. Most certainly, especially if we start seeing bad ERs all the way across here. We've got a target on SPY of 436. Well, I'm going to call a light support somewhere around 445 or so. But if this is ugly, if this gets ugly, expect 436 and lower. Facebook's holding itself quite well into the close, whereas SPY is selling off. Amazon's not doing too bad right now as well. Unity is just getting crushed into the bell here. SPY breaking below at 446.17.
According to Japanese press, the Japan government will be making a proposal to bolster Asian supply chains.
Look for some more capitulation down to that 445.14 or so.
Stock's taking another leg lower here into the close with less than 10 minutes to go. We're down more than 540 points in the Dow, 114 points in the S&P cash market. You're hearing the S&P names are to the sell side, more than $1 billion to the sell side here, adding to some of the selling pressure here as we move towards the close.
Watching a mixed bag of SPY puts, Twitter calls, some SPY calls as well. QQQ puts, $330,000 on those Qs. February 4th, 350p. SPY puts, February 4th, 440p, $178,000. Twitter calls, February 11th.
CBOE Global Markets reporting their trading volume for the month of January.
Heavy QQQ and SPY puts into the bell here. Trading down to 44,610, briefly below 44,6 at 44,5.99. Six minutes left to the bell. I'm going to cut loose this one side here of my spreads as we head into the last few minutes here. I'm going to hold the other set. I keep adding some dirt cheap penny calls as we head into the bell as well. Some short covering in the last few minutes of the bell on SPY. Everyone's anticipating what are the earnings reports coming out today after the bell, specifically Amazon. ATVI with a huge short cover into the close. VIX blasting off currently as well. Now up to 25.27. It has broken above and out of a wedge. Tapped below at 24, ripped up to 25.27. The target for bears would be 27.59, I think. I could have that wrong, but so I think it is. Scratch that. It's a 20 target price target above if you are on VIX, 27.59. 4 minutes left to the bell. Some light SPY calls coming in. February 7th, 450C. Excuse me, scratch that. Yeah, February 7th, and then also February 4th, 449C. Some Apple puts. February 18th, 170p at $407,000, $170p. February 18th, that would be a play against Apple impacting, or a play against Amazon impacting Apple, I'm assuming. Just a heads up, if we don't trade higher here into this bell, this last 3 minutes here, you're going to be turning in 446 into resistance. So if we have a bad earnings call on Amazon, that support level of 446 then turns into a resistance level right where we are right now. And you'd be looking for a move lower to 430, I'm going to call it. Well, we have 435. Suppose we have some support. But you're going to be looking, not 430, I'll be looking for a price target of 431.44 on the SPY if we get a negative earnings call. So we're looking for some cheap puts right into the bell here.
Nikkei News reporting about Nissan Motor told suppliers that it will cut its February goal of global production outlook by 10,000 vehicles. That would be 4% reduction from its original plan. It's being reported by Nikkei News, 7201.
A bounce off 445.71. SPY needs to recover this area of support and not let it turn in.
Bell in New York.
1 minute left until the bell. Hopefully, if you were long, you did hedge with some puts to cover those cheap calls. Almost at the closing bell here. We will have live coverage of all the major tickers that are reporting after the bell. Please stick around until 4:15. We'll watch as well. If you're a new listener or watcher, we will be discussing any further flow that comes into the market after the bell. Sometimes some really great plays can be made between 4 o'clock and 4:15 on the indexes, inferring that you should be opening up your index options chains on the Qs, on the SPY. If you're trading futures, of course, you guys have probably already opened up to the minis or what have you. Getting some information now. Expo raises its quarterly dividend to 20% from 24 cents from 24 cents to 20 cents. BECN reports Q1 119 cents estimated revenue. The revenues are actually 1.75 billion versus 1.57 billion. A bunch of stuff coming in right now. Too much to read.
Amazon, AMZN, 137.4 billion in revenue. Misses the 137.9 consensus estimate. 2775. They're guiding next quarter sale 112 to 117 billion. And again, next quarter consensus estimate is 121.3. Operating margin at 2.5% for Amazon. Again, EPS unclear if it's comparable at 27.75.
Amazon just blasting off 3031.
Amazon saying they are increasing price of Prime
Amazon up
membership
300 points after the bell.
Going from $12.99 to $14.99.
SPY cranking right now.
$139 from $119 for Amazon Prime. It's the first raise since 2018. Higher Prime prices effective February 18th.
They're going to be charging more for Prime. We discussed that here in this channel. Amazon Prime will raise prices. Amazon up 338 points after the bell. SPY up after hours, $2.28. Amazon, a rocket ship.
Skyworks SWKS, a 3-cent beat on EPS. Revenue
up 400 now after the bell.
SWKS here, Whiskey Kilo Sierra. Skyworks guidance for next quarter.
SPY fully blasting off after the bell.
Versus the 1.34 billion consensus. EPS guidance 262.
463 points on Amazon currently. Woo! Hope you all bought some of those FDs on SPY. They're cranking. I am printing heavy right now.
OpenText OTEX collaborating with Google Cloud on next generation content services. Oscar Tango Echo X-Ray. OpenText also announcing earnings results for Q2. Norton LifeLock and LOK GAAP revenue $702 million in the quarter is up 10%. Beverly Moscow Kilo.
Interest 49 cents on the adjusted line.
Holy shit, I'm making money.
That beats the 45-cent estimate. A revenue at $847 million, also better than the expectation.
I am printing, baby. Print them.
Adjusted EBIT at $351 million.
Holy shit.
Monthly active users
Hells
down
yeah.
6% year. Saying as of February 1st, monthly active users were 86.6 million, with global MAUs of about 436.7 million, and they intend to provide further detail about their outlook during their conference call.
Woo! Making money. Hot damn. Holy shit. Shopify up $60 after hours. I'm printing some fucking money in this after hours.
Revenue of $37.7 billion.
Hell yes!
Above the $35 billion consensus estimate. Adjusted EPS 26 cents a share. That would be light of the 43-cent estimate. EBIT for the quarter.
SPY cranking after the bell.
At 11, they're guiding full year EBIT 11.5 to $12.5 billion for Ford letter F.
We got the Ford grift
outlook
coming in.
WW reporting revenue at $310 million, up 30% year-over-year. Whiskey Echo. Deckers DCK sales up 10% at $1.19 billion. It's about in line with expectations. EPS a 7-cent beat for Deckers. Deckers guidance for next quarter revenue about in line with expectation.
Banking, baby. Hells
EPS
yes.
Guidance a little below consensus for Deckers.
Hells yes. Close some put. Wait, I still got one set of put spreads. Close another set for profit. Right at the bell. Was just adding shit tons of 10-cent calls on the SPY on zero dates for tomorrow. Hello, ladies. Print them, print them, print them. Fuck yes. Sorry. SPY calls rolling in after the bell. February 4th, 450C, $200,000. SPY calls after the bell. February 4th, woo, 453C, $100,000.
Last minute reporting $885 million in revenue, missing the 992 consensus. Lima Gulf Franklin.
There you've got the big thing on Amazon is that they're raising the price of Prime so far. That's so far what I'm getting from this. Hell no, I sold that shit for profit right now. Good question. I sold every single one of those I sold all those petty calls. If I get any kind of a bleed off, I might buy more for Friday. I took the money and ran. I took the money and ran. Took the money and ran. Printing hundreds of percents on those things. I'm sweating right now. Man, that's so much stressful. Duh! You can't believe how stressful this shit gets sometimes. Amazon EPS increased by selling stake in Rivian. Sanders reporting here on the chat right now.
DUOT announcing a common stock offering. Delta Uniform Oscar Tango.
We do this every single day here. We try to every single day. live every single day. Sometimes you just got to wait for it to come to you. Sometimes it takes all day long. Sometimes you have to tune in all day long so you can get a fat print. More SPY calls coming in currently. SPY is sitting on the top of a daily wedge. It ripped higher to 450.20. Now trading down, bouncing off in the after hours. Right on that wedge right now. Even if it trades down in after hours here, look for a place to buy before, if you're bullish in it tomorrow, look for a place here to buy some calls. If it burns off a little bit into the, we got 6 minutes left. Everyone looking to take some more longs into tomorrow. Hot damn. Hot damn. Talk about all that panic in the last few minutes, right? You're just sitting there just sweating, adding and adding and adding. I was watching some of those 10-cent calls are going down to like 8 cents, but not really losing all their value. I'm just sitting here adding, clicking. You know, like 12 cents, 8 cents, 7 cents. Now, you got to talk about put protection is going to be coming off the market into tomorrow. I'm probably going to add some more right now. I'm a greedy bastard. You know what I might do? You might have to be careful. Maybe you...
Snap SNAP reporting adjusted EPS at 22 cents a share, as well above the 6 cent estimate for Snap.
Green barn it after the bell.
Revenue 1.03 to 1.08 billion versus a 1.01 consensus estimate. Fourth quarter daily active users were up 20%. On the quarter was above estimates at 327 million. Here in November, Alpha Papa, adjusted earnings of 22 cents a share on revenue of $1.3 billion, both better than expected for Snap.
Clorox CLX with an earnings miss 66 cents versus 78 expected, revenue about in line at Charlie Lim X-Ray. Clarkson expect price pressures will continue through fiscal 22.
Yeah, so I just loaded up some more 460 calls for tomorrow. Just as a heads up, I just bought 460s. There are massive calls coming in on SPY and the Qs after the bell. So I'm going to load up again on 460. There is a chance tomorrow that we don't rip higher, that we kill options Friday. We don't do it until Monday. But even if I burn these calls on 460 tomorrow, I'll buy more. If they don't make the market move tomorrow at some point, I'm going to buy them again tomorrow. I don't care.
Further on Clorox, they're cutting their EPS forecast for the year. New range 425 to 450, down from 540 to 570 prior range.
Ford, see ya. Bye-bye, Ford. Talked about that the other day, right? We ad nauseum talked about Ford. Bye-bye, Ford. Matter of fact, posted about it, talked about it on Twitter a week ago when Tesla was doing their earnings, brought up specifically, what the fuck is Ford going to say at their earnings? Been fucking partying and drinking fucking beer for the last 2 years. $18.50 on Ford. Talked about it again on the live stream the past 3 to 4 days about Ford. What are they going to do? Bye-bye, Ford. Good night. Three minutes left until you can trade after hours into tomorrow. Ford down almost 8% at this point. Been trading down for a few days. Continues its sell-off into the after hours, which they should be. They got nothing for Ford. Print me some Tesla in the after hours. Talk about a company that deserves it. Snap after hours up 28%, 29%. Question becomes, do they kill the options in tomorrow? Or do we get some of that relief that Spot Gamma talked about? They said the moment this is over, right? The news is over. You got 2 minutes left to think about this. News is over tomorrow. If Amazon beats, you should see market hedging lifting off the market. Consider that as we move into tomorrow and into the future. Forward-looking market. What is your plan tomorrow? Are you going to stay awake with me all night long and not be able to sleep? Come back to work with me tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with wide open eyes, hoping that your calls are going to print, your zero dates for tomorrow are going to print? That's how we trade around here, isn't it, sometimes? It's kind of funny. It's how we trade around here. Tesla. Tesla. So what's your plan for tomorrow? We got 1 more minute left for you to make a chance. You can stay awake with me all night long, hoping that your calls, your zero dates print for tomorrow. Buy one, spend $10, throw $15 at them. Be a degenerate with the Captain Jim James. I bet you there's some guys out there right now with big followers on Twitter following me right now live, listening to this conversation, loading up on calls into tomorrow. We'll find out who's awake on Twitter tonight. Remember to like and subscribe to these broadcasts.
Press release, and they did cut EPS. They also cut gross margin for fiscal 22.
Like and subscribe. Make sure you tip and support this channel. You don't want this channel to go away.
Delta Lima Bravo.
News Corp.
How you like them apples?
Billion in revenue, up 13%.
Doing it here, day in, day out, making money. There is no hindsight trading here on Captain Jim James' YouTube channel. We do it live every day.
For next quarter, 1.79 to 1.85 billion. A little better than 1.77 billion expected for MCHP.
Do it live. And then we shit post on Twitter. Another banger day today. Sitting around here all day long. Into the bell. Lots of SPY calls. Lots of QQQ's calls. Johnny 5, thank you for the tip, brother. Agostino, thank you for the subscription. If you're just a poor trader, new trader, just following along for the first time, you don't have to tip, just like and subscribe. There's no pay to play here. I'm going to post a link to the Discord inside of the chat right now. So if you guys want to get into the Discord, there's no paywalls on this subscription. Hot damn. That's how you make money. Hot damn. Woo! All right, so I'll post the link inside of the chat. I'm gonna get into the video real quick, into the live stream. Congratulations to anybody that's been following along.
UNP announcing new share buyback authorization from November Papa.
Congratulations to any of you that were buying calls into that bell. Here's a direct link, a new link to the Discord. The Discord links, they only are good for like a day or so. Any of you that followed along today, any of you that were buying calls into that bell, congratulations. Any of you that closed put spreads or puts at the bell too, congratulations. Timing. Always timing. Timing your trades. Timing your trades. Can't pay for that. Takes time to figure that out. Timing your trades. Stick around all day long. Time your trades. Thank you, Andy Nelson, for tipping. Congratulations to any of you. Timing, baby. Timing. SPY ripping to 450.82. There ain't no real sellers here. I'll promise you that, okay? There ain't no sellers here. Market's on high right now. Amazon up 500 points after the bell. Tell me that's not going to pinch in the morning. Tell me. Yeah, who likes money? Type M in the chat if you like money. Timing, baby. Always timing. Amazon's up $500. Look at SPY just ripping after the bell. If you don't think you can trade in market hours, you can definitely trade after market hours. I can set my Discord links to last forever. Roger that. Thank you for saying that, Ergo. Burr, baby, burr. Give me a 100-point print tomorrow. I want a 100-point print in the fucking SPY tomorrow. Give me an M in the chat. Give me an M for money. Give me the money. Give me the money. We can talk all day long about bears and bulls. It's always about the money. Always about the money. Flip on a dime. Flip on a dime, bear to bull, bull to bear. Trader, baby. Congratulations to any of you out there. Hell yeah, Jesus. Snap is a great surprise. I wasn't expecting that. Beating the Bulls and Bears, absolutely. Have to. Only way to win in this market anymore. Mary Garrison, you're gonna be awake with me tonight, right, Mary? I know there's a whole crew of you that are gonna be awake into the nighttime, checking on. You guys will be checking your calls. You guys will be checking your calls overnight, making sure that they're printing in the morning. You're gonna see them rip into the early morning hours, go up 1-2%, then drift slightly before the open tomorrow. Nobody's gonna say a word. Everybody's gonna be quiet, pacing, hoping there's no sell-off before the bell tomorrow. Whole market is up right now after the bell, Mary's saying. Shopify's up after the bell. Run, baby, is up after the bell. Hello, Run. I bet you Piton's trying to sneak itself in there. SQ up after the bell. DKNG up after the bell. After those heavy puts. Apple's up after the bell. Like seeing this. Tesla's up after the bell. Snap is up huge, 43% after the bell. Monster moves. Snap is going to print somebody a millionaire tomorrow. A millionaire tomorrow. Then we got scumbag Piton trying to carry on. How is Piton up 2% after the bell? I have no idea. MGI finally dragging its ass out of the dumpster. Penn's up 1% after the bell. Rivian's up 2% after the bell. Google's up 2% after the bell. Twitter's up 10% after the bell. We talked about those Twitter calls coming in right before 4 p.m. RK up 4% after the bell. Unity is up after the bell. Snap cranking. Penn's up after the bell. Talked about this earlier, right? You telling me all these companies are going to have bad ERs? We got more than 70% having kick-ass ERs. We talked about Ford having a shitty ER. We pretty much called that 100% in this. Close enough. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Mary's going to print Mary is going to print, baby. Print. Joey's going to print. Joey's going to print. Joey tipping twice today. Big tipper. Joe Harper. Big tipper. You know it. You know how we trade around here. Got to be on these live streams every single day. Monday through Friday, making money. Not losing money, making money. Yeah, he's a spammer. You guys got to put Joe Harper in a timeout. You got to mute Joe Harper for a little bit. Hells yeah. P-Scan, baby. Thank you for the tip, P-Scan. Just load it up, right? Just load it up. I mean, what's the thing for tomorrow? What are they going to say tomorrow? They got no bad news tomorrow. They ain't got no put hedging for tomorrow. I guarantee it. You guys all have a great afternoon. Robert, good to see you. Tegan, have a great night. Banhammer. Eric, did you buy the 10-cent calls at the end of the day today? Richard Romero, snap, baby, snap. God damn it, Josh. God damn it. Ah, shit, John. Yeah, I crushed my closed puts right near the bell. I still have one set of puts left open. One set of put. You have a great evening, Desperado. One set of puts spread still open for February 18th. Dropify. Eric, you didn't buy 10-cent calls at the bell? Oh, you can't buy them at the bell, can you? You can't buy 0 dates at the bell, can you, Eric? Eric, let me know if you can't. Because maybe I can do something separate for people that are trading in other countries. Something separate where I do like just a separate segment on you buy something for a month or two. I did something today on Facebook. Facebook calls into June. If you can't day trade. You're right, son. Joshua, my firstborn. Right on. Good job, Robbie. Rolling out your hedge. Good job. Good job on rolling your hedge out, brother. Yeah, that roll into March was sneaky. They've been doing it for a week now, right? Being able to trade for extra 15 minutes, a lifesaver. Yeah. Okay, so you can't, Eric? All right, I'll try to focus something directly on you at least once a week or twice a week. I was doing it all last year, and then the way this market's been running since September, it's been tough to find good buys, Eric, I'll be honest with you. You can't trade after bell? That sucks. Oh, man, where we roam. You know, I used to like to trade a lot of stock options, and then once I found SPY, that was it. Never went back because of the after hours trading. Banky sleepless with the captain tonight. Right on. Yeah, so just any of you European traders, I was, you can ask any of the guys who've been following me for some time. I was at least once a week. I would put out some trades for outside of the U.S. traders and for investors, anyone that wanted to go long for 1 to 3 months. It has been a challenge. It's been challenging since January to find anything. I've got a bunch of different tools I use to find long trades. And it's not that there aren't long trades, but I haven't found them as frequently for the metrics that I need them to be to almost guarantee a guaranteed print. Joe, you're doing better than me, man. So I'll do that for you guys. I'll try to get something going back. I mean, I check every week. I just haven't found anything that I can guarantee outside of like, oh, that was a guess, right? And it printed. And I don't like posting stuff that I don't have very good due diligence done that says this should print, especially if you're like holding for 1, 3 months, 4 weeks, even if it's a price target and it takes 2 weeks or a month or 2 months. I haven't felt the confidence of late to make those calls for long-term traders. Which trading allows you to trade after 4 p.m.? They should all allow you to trade the indexes after 4 p.m. 4 p.m. to 4:15. Yeah, I'll work on that for you guys. I'll have something. I was watching. I check every single week, right? And I haven't found anything that meets my requirements. Like I've got a solid list of requirements for me to post those things. They don't all print.
Costco naming Ron Bacris as president and COO.
But they do have, when I do post them, they have to hit certain metrics for me, or I don't post them. But they do print. When I normally post them, they do print a minimum of 70% of the time. Minimum. They have to hit a shit ton of metrics for me. But they haven't been recently, so I haven't been able to, with confidence, post long trades often like I would like to. But I'll work harder on it. Pre-tax valuation gain of $11.8 billion for Rivian investment. Oof. I got you. TradeStation doesn't allow you to. Most brokers, you guys get inside the Discord and ask these questions. I want to tell you guys something. If you guys are new to this channel, I'm going to tell you guys something that's important, okay? I know because I've done it. I go into a Discord and it's a bunch of assholes. You can't talk to them. You feel afraid to say anything, reach out and be like, hey, I'm a new trader, or I only do this, but I'm interested in that. I'm telling you, this Discord is full of people that help each other. Full of quality, long-term traders and investors that know what the fuck they're doing. So just get into the Discord, ask questions, and you'll get guidance that you're looking for. The Discord is banging. Banging. Probably the best moves we've made this whole ER season has been trading the indexes at 4 p.m. 4 to 4:15 has been baller. Baller. So how much will 460 be worth tomorrow? I don't know. If you buy them for like 10 to 15 cents or 8 cents, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 500%. Yep, keep it small. Exactly, Raleigh. Hell yeah, Chaz, brother. You guys all have a wonderful afternoon. Want you all to have a wonderful afternoon. Hope you didn't lose your asses completely today. I hope some of you guys made some money today. Hope some of you guys can paper trade following along with us. I hope if any of you have questions, head over to the Discord or head over to the Twitter at Captain's Alpha. Go to the website, JimJamesNavy.com, CaptainJimJames.com. Right on, Eddie. Right on, brother. Thank you very much, Brad. Thanks for supporting Brad. I know there's a core group of you that support in here. You guys mean the most to me. I know you got like Chaz, you got Josh, you got Joe Harper, you got Brad, got a whole bunch of people in there. Mary, whole regular crew. Thank you, Andreas. Oh, yeah, JQ. Oh, yeah, baby. You guys all have a wonderful afternoon. I want you all to have a wonderful night. I know I won't be sleeping tonight. Again, another sleepless nights. Like every time this stuff happens and I'm like, all right, so now what happens in the overnight? The SPY blast up 2-3% in the overnight. 1% in the overnight will work. That's plenty. Figure if you bought these things after the bell, on a dip, they should print. I'll see you all tomorrow. I got you, Robbie. Sparky. I'll look you up. Sparky. Guys, I'll see you all tomorrow. Discord link, I just posted it. I'll post it one more time. Oh, let me post the Discord link in there in the live feed one more time for you guys. There's nothing to pay in this sub. The only thing that I ask for you to do if you're learning, that you like and subscribe. If you are making money, help support the channel. Other than that, I don't want you guys out there spending thousands of bucks every month for bullshit. I just posted it inside of the chat. The Discord link should take you directly there. You guys have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. You can always paper trade with us until you start making money in paper trading. There's nothing saying that you have to trade with us and lose money. If you're following along and you're like, I'm struggling here, just paper trade it for like 1 to 5 days. Take the 5 days, paper trade with us, and until you start making money paper trading with us, I don't care if you trade against me. Trade against me, trade with me. Use it as another tool inside your tool chest so that you can make money in this market. You can bounce your ideas off of the traders in this community and say, hey, what do you think of this trade? And if they tell you, well, I don't like your trade, I like my trade. If that guy's making money all the time, that woman's making money all the time, then you follow them, right? Bounce your trades off them. Ask them what they're doing. Ask them, hey, what do you think about what I'm doing? I'm not understanding what the captain's saying. Captain's saying this, captain's saying that. What does he mean? And if you bounce in and out of these feeds, in these broadcasts, we change our positioning all the time. We'll change from bear to bull, wherever we need to be to make money. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters, this is something key I want all of you to know, that you're going to get bombarded by people on social media. They're going to say things, they're very snarky. They'll say things like, well, you said this and you said that. But they stop in, stop out. What they don't do is they don't actively trade the market day in, day out so that you know when to make money. You're not going to sit in any position that you're going to lose money in on, right? Because you're hard-headed, unless it's something that's protective. But you are going to take positions that are going to make you money. So at the end of the day, as long as you're making money, it doesn't matter. As long as you're making money, it's the only thing that matters. You're the one paying your bills. Brad's like, I'll be trading futures too next week. Money, it's all that matters. Oh, hey, thanks, Willie Smoke, for tipping. There's 2 ways to tip. In the description of the YouTube video, down in the description, there's a tip link. Right when you go to the description of the video, there's a way to tip. And then if you don't want to tip there, you can go straight to @CaptainsAlpha on Twitter. Go to my profile, and I have a pinned tweet at the top, and there's a direct link to tip just with a straight credit card. You don't have to tip through PayPal that way. I appreciate asking. Thank you very much, Desperado. Yeah, you guys can trade with me, trade against me, whatever you want to do. You guys can just paper trade with me. Open up a Thinkorswim account, or I think Webull offers paper trading. Just paper trade it. Just do it for like 1, 3, 4, 5 days. Check in with everybody here. And you guys can eventually figure out when we're all going in one direction with the market or not, or when we're hedged or when we're not. I've had a couple killer trades this week. More than a couple. You guys all have a wonderful night. We'll talk to all you guys tomorrow. I'm a little shaken right now. I'm like, I'll check out you guys tomorrow. Keep your fingers crossed for tomorrow that we're able to get a nice spring, that we can get a nice lifting of the hedging on the market, that we trade up tomorrow, that shorts cut themselves loose, that puts are closed or just sold, that the market makes a move higher for Friday. We get a VIX dump into Friday close, right? It could be a really good day tomorrow. If we dump VIX tomorrow, it could be a solid day. And if it doesn't print that heavy, let's say they pin the market for Friday, we can take it into Monday as well. Oh, hell no, I don't drink and drive. No drinking and driving. As a matter of fact, I have one daughter. I don't drink and drive, by the way, at all. I do have one daughter that's almost at legal driving age, and I can't wait for that. And I use Uber and Lyft. No drinking and driving. Want me to go to bed tonight so I'm up for tomorrow? You know what's going to happen? I'm going to bed tonight, right? I'm going to get in bed, and all I'm going to think about is futures. That's all I'm going to think about all night long. Futures, futures, futures. No, so low 4F. The problem with tomorrow is that you have a risk appetite coming off the market tomorrow. You have an event that is now over. Everybody's focused on Amazon, right? And now you have two things. First off, the event is over. The Amazon event itself is over, and then it turned out to be a positive event as well, right? So you'll see hedging come off the market. You'll see shorts come off the market, and the market will breathe a little bit. Even if we head lower later, the market will still breathe. That's the expectation. Don't hold me to things like, hey, he said something. It has to be right 100% of the time. But that's what we're doing our due diligence for, to say that's the anticipation and the expectation heading into the open and into the close tomorrow. Yeah, you know what? That's a good point, Mary. I might have to take a Benadryl tonight. That's right, Desperado. Snap up 50%. Boom. Boom. Woo! All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. You guys have a great night. Wild. Thank you for the tip, Chris. Thank you for the tip, JB. Wow. Thank you for the tip, Lucio. I appreciate all the support. You guys all have a wonderful, wonderful night. JB made money today. You know, I used to take melatonin. Right on, right on. I used to take melatonin, then I stopped. It was messing with me. I was having really weird dreams. But the Benadryl is banging. So I take Benadryl with me when I go backpacking. Sometimes I'll go backpacking where there's like grizzlies and stuff, and I get spooked. I get really, really scared. I get really, really. I'll see all you guys later. What do I think we go up to? Well, I think we're getting close to 460. You guys are asking a bunch of questions. I'm missing a bunch of stuff. Yeah, melatonin. I was taking that. Yeah, they're like Technicolor dreams. Like Technicolor dreams. Yes, Emerson. Yes, I want a list. As a matter of fact, Emerson, can you DM me and at Captain's Alpha? Just ping me real quick, because I want to give you a phone call. Abichenin? Ooh, I haven't taken any of those. Abichenin, magnesium threonate. Ooh, there are threonate. Yeah, I like Benadryl because I used to take it when I would go backpacking, and I get really scared out in the wilderness. Like I go backpacking in like Wyoming and the Tetons and stuff. Up in Montana, it's very sketchy. You can die up there. Like do you think backpacking in Colorado is scary? You start backpack up in Montana and Wyoming. Like the Southern Teton Mountains. That's as scary as hiking up in Alaska. I did some hiking in Mexico too. It's been kind of sketchy too. Hey, you guys all have a wonderful night. Thanks, Chris, for the tip. I appreciate it, brother. Thanks for the DM. I want to catch up with you, Emerson. You guys all have a wonderful, wonderful evening. That was good times, right?